All right, everybody. I wanted to welcome you today to another great Power Team Day. It's all about education and learning. And I'm outside, right? We're out and virtual. That's the great thing. And all of you who are outside, the stream we did the other day, I saw a bunch of you were sending to me that you were outside too, and it was great to see us doing our work, getting it done in many ways. And I actually have a leaf blower that I've never heard, so I will go grab a mic if I need quickly, and then you won't hear them anymore in case you do. It's 1 o'clock on the hour. We're excited to have on. It's a day full of speakers. So let's prep the day. I know, and a bunch of you are getting on. So first, a couple things. Number one, I'm going to go into my Twitch account. I'm going to start hosting. So that's the first thing to do. Go into your Twitch account, go into your Facebook, start a live stream, start a share. And on Twitch, it's called host. So you host the channel. And so I'm going to do that right now because I want other people to know what we're doing and what is going on. So let me get the channel up. So I'm bringing the channel up. It brings the channel up right there, right? And then I'm going to push the button, which is on the left with an up arrow, host channel, done. And I'm going to actually type hello to see it come through. And we're good to go. So that's how you can host on Twitch. So please share it with other people. Facebook, you share, you have a party. It's a watch party. And with the YouTube link, you can take the YouTube link, you hit the share button, which is the little arrow that goes up. You click on that, you take the link, and you can share it around and have other people get the information for you. And you actually have people that are learning the same thing. And it's a great way to do it. If you don't have any of that and you forgot even how you got here, Michelle, Michelle's always on. She's great. Powerteamlive.com. You can share that around, because it's having like-minded individuals working with you together, building organizations, and creating massive success. What's the word? Massive success today. It makes a huge difference as you move forward. We have amazing speakers on today. We have Michelle Gwynn. She's going to talk about, again, your habits. And today's very much about systems and increasing sales and having revenue come in as strong as possible. What's the word? Revenue. Does that make sense? And we're going to have Jeff Levine, which again is systems and mindset. Albert Corey, how to really use the internet and create a massive following. A brand new game, which is the most amazing game on the planet you're going to hear about, House Guests from Hell, but how they created it. Because for those of you who have companies, creating games make a big difference. Does that make sense? It's another touch point. We're going to have Austin with internet marketing and social media. We're going to have branding with Jerry Foster. So we've got quite the day here. We also have Dr. Bob Nelson. Have you sold 5 million books? You definitely want to hear about the guru that are going to be on. And again, it's teaching you many different things through the day. That's what's critical. So my name is Michael Silvers. I'm Executive Vice President of Powerteam. I'm Head of Global Training. Mr. Bill Walsh, my mentor, is going to be on with you later. And you need to be on for that, because literally you can take your business from 0 to 1,000 and listen to what he has to say. He'll give you tips, skills, and hints, and then join us. Join us in this journey. So to get ready today, first of all, I want everybody to get your pad of paper, right? Everybody get your pad of paper and pen, iPad, whatever it is that you need to train and teach yourself to put it into your business. And I'll talk a little bit about that later. I'll talk about how to put masterminds in your business. But this is your funnel for the day. Your business is up here. These are contacts that come in. And all day long, you're going to be taking the information you're learning and adding it to your funnel. Where it is in your business, you're going to add it, how it's going to look in your business, and what you're going to create to become better at what you do. The other part about that is that when the speakers are on, this is live. This is not TV. So you can text, not text, but you can type into your Facebook and your YouTube, and even you can do it on Twitch. I just did that. Your comments, things you want to learn about. Maybe Michelle said something, you went, oh my gosh, I get it. Here's how I'm going to use it in my business. Type it in. Or maybe Michelle has something that you think you want clarification. Great point. Could you clarify? We are interactive with you the whole day that we're on. The day moves very fast. and we're so happy that you're here. We have thousands of people listening and joining all over the world. On the last call, it was great. We had people from London, I'll do England, India. We've had people listening from Brisbane. We have people down in South America. We have people in Mexico. We have people all over the US and Canada. They're coming in from all over. If you want to type your name and where you're from, that's great too. We always love to see it. Look, we have people on from Phoenix right now, from Vegas. We have people on from Washington State, Seattle, Los Angeles. I can see them. Chicago. They're popping up right and left. So be part of the stream. So stream it out to people you know. Facebook, again, make this a watch party. Host it on Twitch, and we're about ready to go. And it's a great day. Get something to drink. You're going to be with us all day. Okay. So for me, it's not the healthiest drink today. Usually it's an iced tea. But it keeps the fluids up. Keep a little food next to you. You can run and use a potty break. Of course, it's okay. But the education's going to come pretty fast at you today. And and New York is now in the house. Fantastic. Cincinnati's in the house. Awesome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Make sure that you're ready to take the education. We'll talk a little bit also. Hey, Suze. We'll talk a little bit also about Powerteam. I'll be doing that at about 1:30. Because for those of you who don't know who we are, in 2005 was launched Rainmaker, 2.5-day business boot camp, which will rock your world. And it became an organization that went out all over the world with Mr. Bill Walsh. He basically put together a 2.5-day business boot camp that all of you need to know and have. I took it. Most amazing thing I've ever done. We're going to talk a lot later of how to be part of this, how to be part of what we're doing. And if you like what we're doing, because we've been doing it a long time with 300 of live events a year, with all these virtual events, we have Monday Entrepreneur Day, Tuesday Internet Marketing and Social Media Day, Wednesday How to Be a Speaker, Sell from Stage, and we have 300 live events plus virtual. And we also have Thursdays, which are our summit day, and then we have our networking at noon to network for all of you. You want to be part of all that. You want that to be in your life, and you want to partner. I talked about it on a call yesterday. You want to partner with other people who are like-minded, and you want to partner with people who will look at you for a year, and you want to partner with people who have the list. That list is critical as you move forward. That list will make a difference. So we are about to begin. I'm going to introduce the first speaker. I see she's down there. But if you want to work with us directly, and we'll talk about the system and how to get part of it. But if you know that you're a coach, a trainer, this is for you. You want to be part of this huge organization that is only growing. We literally went from 300 live events to all these virtual events, bouncing right back to live events. We didn't miss a beat. Thank you, Mr. Bill Walsh. You can text. Yes, text the letters SBA to 26786. Text that Small Business Advisor, SBA to 26786. Do it right now. I will literally text you back probably within 5 or 10 minutes unless I'm speaking, and you will go onto my calendar. We will have a conversation. Get on there because you know you're serious. Get on there because you want to move forward. Get on there because it is time to get it done and work with a company that is just expansive, right? Been doing this for over 15 years in this way, and we hold all the events and we hold the virtual space. And we'd love to see who you are and how that would fit. Without any further ado, first of all, give yourselves a round of applause for being on. Awesome. And I'm about to introduce the next speaker because she is ready to go. So, I've known Michelle for many years, and I've seen Michelle on many stages. And Michelle Gwynn is, when it comes to creating habits and locking in where you need to go and what you need to do, she gets right down to it. Now, by the way, she's one of the best coaches that I've ever known. And you are going to be able to coach with all these speakers today. We're going to give you a way to do that. We'll be posting it when she talks and how to make a connection with her. But she's going to take your beliefs, your habits to that next level, your business to the next level. She's worked in corporate. She's worked with small businesses and entrepreneurs. I won't tell you how long because then that just ages all of us. But if I say 25 years plus, we'll be easy on it. She's brilliant. I'm excited. I just saw her on stage right before this whole thing changed and we went virtual. She's been with us on the virtual ride. She'll be back on the main stages. She rocks an audience, and it's brilliant what she's going to do for your business. Let's give a big, huge, thunderous round of applause for Michelle Gwynn.
Hey, Michael, thank you so much for that introduction. Wow. And I wasn't expecting I get to kick this all off today. So I'm like super pumped about that.
Have an amazing time.
Thank you. So, hey, let's have the energy. I'm super pumped to be here. I want to welcome you to the Powerteam Digital Success Summit. My name is Michelle Gwynn, and I am the founder of my company, Ever Inspire, and I'm an international public speaker. I'm a coach, and I'm an author. And today I want to share with you how you can increase your profits by mastering your time, your focus, and your habits. And I'm super excited to be able to share that with you. I know I only have a short amount of time. 20 minutes seems like long, but it's such a short amount of time to be able to share everything that I want to. So hopefully I can get to everything before my time is up. But I really want to send out a special thank you to Bill Walsh and the entire Power Team. Michael, love you guys. Love what you've done for me, for my business. And, you continue to put on these amazing events. And I really want to just thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. So, toward the end of my time here, I know Michael said you all will have an opportunity to reach out and work with all of us individually, all of the speakers on the call today. And I want to encourage you to do that because you're being given the opportunity. Many of us are out here. We're here to serve, and we just want to talk with you. So I really look forward to hopefully connecting with some of you one-on-one and working with you a little bit further. As Michael mentioned, pay attention, turn off the distractions, get that pen and paper out because I'm about to hit you with a lot of stuff, and I want to make sure that you get everything that I want to share with you. So, when it comes to productivity, I want to talk a little bit about what it takes to be really productive. And because many times when I talk with other people, I talk with entrepreneurs and my clients, and they say, Michelle, I know what I have to do, I just don't do it. And I have a hard time focusing. And there's just not enough time in the day to get everything done. If you can resonate with that, put a yes in the comments. I'd love to see, because I know that this is a problem for a lot of people. So I'd love to see your responses and just, let me see that. Also, when I talk with people, I say, okay, maybe we need to just take a step back. Let's take a step back from your busy life and really dive deep into understanding what is holding you back. So what are your roadblocks to your productivity? There's a great quote that I love from Aristotle, of all people, is we are what we repeatedly do. And success is not an action, but a habit. And that's what I love to talk about. I love to talk about your habits because, the most powerful life that you can live is one in which you control your own habits. And that's going to go deep down into your productivity because what you repeatedly are doing on a daily basis, it's what could be blocking you from your highest success. So if anybody can resonate with that and think about what kinds of things are you doing on a daily basis that could be blocking you from your highest success. Now, I don't like to focus on the negative, but sometimes we have to dive into that and we have to think about what's going on in our lives. So today I want to give you the exact blueprint for mastering your productivity. But before I jump in, I want to tell you just a little bit about myself and kind of how I got here. As Michael said, I spent a lot of time in corporate America. I spent over 25 years actually. And you ever know, like, you just feel like you just don't belong somewhere. And that's how I felt in my corporate job for a long time. And I can't pinpoint the exact thing that really made me flip that switch, but it was just there. It was just always there in the back of my mind. But the problem was that I let my habits, I let my habitual thinking, I let my comfort zone stop me from making any changes for a really, really long time. And then I had a friend of mine invite me to read the book, The Power of Your Subconscious Mind. Has anybody else read that? If you haven't, I highly recommend that you do, because it really was an eye-opener for me. And it helped me to understand that the way I think is not who I have to be. So I spent a long time thinking that I was this introvert. I didn't know how to talk to people. I had anxieties I was dealing with. And once I realized that all that was habitual, all that was habits in my thinking, and I realized, like any other habit that could be changed, I started taking action, and I started really researching and finding other outlets to find out, okay, how can I change who I am? How can I take this person who's been living this life for years? I'm not going to say my age, but for years. And how can I make myself a new person? How can I start new things? And how can I figure out what it is that I'm meant to do? What can I be passionate about? And so I joined seminars. I went to personal development seminars. I read books. I really just dived into the whole personal development. And I've gotten coaches. I've got masterminds that I'm a part of. And I've got mentors that I work with. And it's completely changed who I am. I mean, I would have never guessed 2 years ago that I'd be standing on stages and speaking. I would not have guessed that I'd be sitting here in front of I don't know how many people and talking. And just know that who you are, or who you have been in the past, is not who you're meant to be, or not who you have to be moving forward. So once you figure out what it is that's holding you back, what habits are holding you back, what comfort zone issues are holding you back, once you figure that out, you find your why, you find your passion, you can move forward. So that's a little bit about my story. And really, my new life purpose is to make a positive impact on as many people as possible, especially entrepreneurs, because I know entrepreneurs out there are going to then in turn make a positive impact on thousands and thousands of people beyond that. So it's infinite number of people that I can touch and I can reach out to just by helping a few entrepreneurs myself. So I want to ask you, are you leveraging your time and your focus to your fullest potential to grow your business? And here's a statistic that I hate it, but it is what it is. So the failure rate of most US companies after 5 years is over 50%. 50%. And I think there are many, many challenges that are faced by those companies. But some of the 3 biggest challenges, and tell me if you face these things, and put a yes in the comments if any of these are you, or if you deal with these, is number 1, do you find yourself easily distracted? Number 2, do you find yourself, yes, I'm getting a lot of yeses, I know. Do you find yourself not having enough time to get everything done? Are you frustrated with your commitment to your priorities? So many people that I've spoken with, these are the things that they face on a daily basis. And let me give you a couple of secrets on how you could possibly overcome these things. Number 1, you must leverage your habits in order to optimize your productivity. Your habits are the things that you're doing every single day, and I can't stress this enough. If you don't have the right habits in place, you're not going to be productive in moving your business forward, in moving your career forward, in moving anything that you're doing and working on. So you must leverage your habits. Number 2, and this is something that kind of blew my mind when I first learned about it. Who here faces procrastination and deals with procrastination in your life? Let me tell you a little secret. Procrastination may not be so much as a time management issue as it is an emotional problem. Why do we procrastinate? It's because we don't feel like doing the things that are hard or scary, or whatever our reason is, it's too big, it's too large a scale, we're scared of doing it. So we pick and choose the things that are more fun, the things that are easier, the things that make you comfortable. And so we procrastinate on those other things. So it's not that we don't have the time to do it. It's emotionally we're pushing it off because we don't want to do it right now. So when you realize that procrastination is more of an emotional problem, hey, maybe it can help you push through that and do the thing anyway. And secret number 3, it's okay to say no. It's okay to not say yes to everyone. Who has a problem and a habit of saying yes to everything? And I'm going to make you say yes in the comments, but let's see some yeses, because we overextend ourselves. I mean, especially me, and I know a lot of the moms can resonate in the group. We say yes to everything because that's who we are. We feel like we have to do everything for everybody else. But let me tell you something. It's okay to say no, and people will understand. And you don't have to give 1,000 excuses why you're saying no. Stick to your commitments, understand, take care of yourself first, and say no when you need to. All right, so I want to go. I've got 10 minutes left, and hopefully I can get through all of this. And if not, y'all are just going to have to get in touch with me later and get the rest of the blueprint. But I've developed a new program, and it's actually called the Entrepreneur Productivity Blueprint. And I want to give you the steps to that and in order to master your productivity and crush your goals. So number 1, you need to master your thinking in order to crush your goals. Positive thinking makes us aware of the fact that our problems are never really had a life of their own. They're only kept alive by our own fixations and our intense focus on them. So let me give you real quick 6 powerful steps you can use to positive thinking. Number 1, focus on what you want, not what you don't want. What we focus on expands. So when we focus on the positive, we're going to get the positive. Transform your negative self-talk into positive self-talk. Get that head trash out of your head. Push it aside, acknowledge it. Yes, okay, I see what you're saying, but this is okay, and this is who I am, and I'm an awesome person. Next, don't believe everything you think. It's not always true. You're only basing your thought process based on your current circumstances or your current understanding. So everything that you think is probably not reality. So don't believe it. Embrace an attitude of gratitude. Gratitude is so important. There's so many studies to say how just being grateful can change your entire feelings. Next, let go of the need of perfection. I love this, and I heard someone say this on stage once. The need for perfection is simply the looking for the imperfect. So nothing needs to be perfect. Move forward with the imperfect. It's okay to fail sometimes, and it's okay that things aren't perfect. And finally, learn to be present in everything you do. Meaning, live in the present. Don't constantly be looking back in the past. Oh, I failed at this before, so it's going to happen again. No, that's not true. Don't constantly be looking for tomorrow. It's important to acknowledge tomorrow and be prepared for tomorrow, but you don't need to live in what's going to happen in the future, and you definitely don't want to live in what happened in the past. So be present. Okay, step number 2, and I know I'm throwing a lot of information out at you, and I'm sorry, but I have a short amount of time, but definitely I want you to hear it all. So step number 2 in my productivity blueprint is get clarity and find your why. It's talked about so much, but most successful people are successful because they're clear on their why. What drives you? What's your motivation? What's your inspiration to keep you moving forward when things get tough? When life sucks and you don't feel like doing anything, you need to be able to understand your why so that you can say, okay, today was bad and I don't feel like doing this stuff, but I have a bigger vision. I have a bigger why. So this is why I have to keep going. Okay, step 3, you need to create and craft a powerful vision. What do you want your future to look like? So many people that I speak with, they can tell you exactly what they don't want in their life. And this is what I talked about at the beginning, about taking a step back from your busy life and figuring out exactly what it is that you want. So many people have no idea what they want. They've not ever been able to envision what they want in the future. So it's super, super important to craft that powerful vision. Have a dream, have a plan, and this is going to help you then to move forward. It's going to give additional meaning to the activities that are important to you, and it's going to also help you to move forward when things are tough again. Okay, I have 5 minutes. I need to get through this quickly. Next step into your productivity blueprint is become a master goal setter. Goals are going to be that destination in your GPS. You wouldn't get into your car and just start driving without knowing where you're going. So your goals, think of them as that's going to be your destination. It's going to tell you exactly where you're going and how you're going to get there. So you have to set those goals. They have to be written down. They have to be put in front of you, and they should be reviewed all the time so that you can revise as you go. Okay, step number 5 in your productivity is going to be create really effective time management habits in order to increase your work time efficiency. These habits can include eliminate multitasking. It doesn't work. It takes you too long to get refocused after you've jumped from thing to thing. So eliminate multitasking. Time block your most important tasks for the day. Understand, okay, this thing is going to take me 5 hours, so I'm going to block out an hour every day to work on it, or half an hour every day. Set your calendar. This time, from this time, I'm going to do it. Next thing, work on your most difficult tasks first. The tasks that you don't want to do, the tasks that we procrastinate, and that our feeling of, I don't want to do this thing. But you're going to want to set those and do those first. Because I'm sure you've all heard the phrase, eat the frog, because once you've eaten the frog, then nothing else can be worse through the rest of your day. So do those difficult tasks first. Set deadlines for important tasks. Tasks that you know you need to get done, set a deadline. We all know we work better towards deadlines. And take regular breaks. Okay, I'm really running low on time. So step number 6, beat procrastination by getting things done early and easily. As I said, procrastination is a problem. It's 20% of the people may be chronic procrastinators. And again, for many, it has nothing to do with time management. It has to do with those feelings inside. So if you think about it, if you were to tell a procrastinator, just do it, it would be like telling a clinically depressed person, oh, just cheer up. It doesn't work. So many of the people that are trying to beat procrastination are doing it as a time management thing, and it's really not. It's something completely different. Okay, and step number 7, and finally, is make today count. Create those habits for success. And some of the habits that I can give you really quick in my short time left is, number 1, respect your morning routine.
Michelle, yeah. By the way, you're doing great. There's questions coming through. So
please.
We're running perfect on time. So take 3 or 4 minutes and just handle all that. Then I'll let you know in time.
Okay, handle the questions or keep going?
Just keep going, or whatever you got. You got 4 more minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, good. Okay, so I can slow down a little bit. Whew, that's a lot to cover. Okay, so your success habits. Number 1, definitely respect your morning routine. Understand what it is that's going to make you most happy in the morning and do it. Don't check your phone first thing. Don't check your email. Don't check your social media. If you're a meditator, get up and meditate. If you're you like to work out and exercise, get up and work out. Take 10 minutes just to sit quiet and figure out what you have to do for the day. Journal, whatever it takes, whatever's going to make you happy, do it first thing in the morning to set your tone for the rest of the day. Success habit number 2, have patience with yourself. Be patient. We all must make mistakes. We all make commitments that we don't live up to. We have a problem saying no. So just be patient. If you did something today that you weren't happy about, tomorrow's a whole nother day. You can make it up to yourself tomorrow. Next is honor the commitments to yourself. And I've said this already, but it's super important to make sure that you're committing to yourself. You're taking care of yourself first before you try to take care of anyone else. Self-care is really important to add to your success habits as well. But definitely honor those commitments to yourself. And next is take action, take action, take action. Just do something. Even if it's imperfect, even if it's not the right action, you're doing something, you're taking action. And finally, this, and I love this, have an hour of power. So take an hour out of your day that you know this is going to be the 1 hour. Tell everybody else in your house, leave you alone. This is my hour. This is when you're going to do your income producing activities. And they know don't disturb. You know you're not going to be disturbed. Everything else gets shut down and you just work on what you have to work on. So I know I went through so much and it's so much to go through, but I would love to answer any questions. I see some questions. Oh, so okay, so there's a question from a catchy smiles. I love that. So what does your most productive day look like? So for me, I like, I'm not a morning person, and I know it's people say, oh, you got to wake up early, early, early. So I'm not a morning person, but I do get up and, I take the time I spend, I meditate. I have some meditation that I use on my phone. YouTube has some great actually videos. I read maybe 10 minutes out of my book. I have a good breakfast. And then I sit down and I've got my tasks written out and I've got my times blocked out. So I know exactly what it is that I need to take care of. I know exactly what it is, what times I need to do. I run my day from Google Calendars, and I also use a really great tool. It's called Trello to track my tasks. So that's pretty much how I run my day. And my most productive day is, even if it's I got one thing done, then I can go at the end of the day and say, you know what? I was productive today because I got that one most important thing done. I don't see. Did you have any other questions that you saw, Michael?
No, you are good. You are amazing. Awesome. So we want to let them know how to get in touch with you. And I know Michelle, who's been making a great notes too, our other Michelle, is going to let them know, because you want to work with Michelle. The information you saw is just a small tidbit of what you write. So you just go to www.ipowerteam.com/freedom. You're going to see a drop-down menu. On the drop-down menu, you'll see Michelle's name. You click on that. You give the information. She will set up a coaching call with you, and that's going to apply to everybody on here now. So she'll set up a coaching call with you, and really, how you like my red umbrella up there?
That's awesome.
You like that, and really take you through what it is that you need to know. So, and also because it's not TV, you can type applause. Everybody give Michelle a big round of applause. Michelle, thank you so much for being on today and kicking this off in what a great way.
Thank you, Michael. Really appreciate it.
All right. I'll talk to you soon, Michelle.
Yep. Thanks.
Bye. And you absolutely want to work with Michelle. So again, first of all, type in applause, everybody, because she's still watching the stream. And to work with her, it's www.ipowerteam.com/freedom. And these are people that you want to work with, and they're giving their coaching, they're giving their time, and that's a really critical piece that makes a difference as we're moving forward. So here we go. I'm going to talk a little bit about masterminding because part of what it is. So I'm head of global training for Powerteam, and again, we have 300 events, live events a year. We're not for the last, obviously, month and a half. But we will, right? We've already got events locked in for the rest of the year. We've gotten the green lights on our smaller events, working with the hotels. So that's all. We'll do social distancing. We'll do everything that we need to do, because that we know how to get it done. There you go. That's how you get in there. The critical piece about that is that when you're building a business, now, if you take a look at Powerteam, right? Let's look at the dynamic and how it worked from the flow. And I'm going to teach you guys a little bit right now from a big business perspective to a small. So this is your funnel. And we know we talk about this every time, but I want to see these things. So these are the people that come into your business up here. The Powerteam needs to create a flow, and you can do this for any business model, This again, see down here, that's the direction. The business doesn't mean it's going down. The business is a path. So everybody write that down. The business is a path. Okay. So as the business is a path, the critical piece about that is where it is that you are today and where do you want to go. So I run global training for over 300 events a year, plus a whole virtual online juggernaut. And what that means is that we have to look at where we came from and where we're going and be strong enough on our why, really, which is it's the entrepreneur, right? It's the small business. And we have many large businesses we work with, by the way, 0 to 100 million. And we've got you 100%. Anything after that, I'm going to drop Bill in right away. Bill Walsh will take you to that next level. But you have to look at where we came from. So Bill did turnarounds for 10 years and then realized that the small entrepreneur business was really where we wanted to help. And so he created Rainmaker, which is our 2.5-day business boot camp in 2005. We're going to sell 200, sold 3,000 because he partnered. Write that down. He joint ventured. He realized when he created the flow, which was going to be 200 packages at $5,000, if he partnered with larger, and it was a Learning Addicts at that time, and also with Franklin Covey and a little company called GoDaddy, he could get it out to more people. Because if really your mission is to help others achieve their goals, dreams, and desires, the biggest point about that is, do you have enough venture partners around you? So in creating that mastermind, we first then took a look at how do you create the joint ventures, and Bill did. That's another call. Bill does calls on joint ventures. We talk about that. We'll cover that in the Entrepreneur Monday too. But it took from, and again, write this out because this is for your own business. So it took us from 200 packages to 3,000 packages. What's the word? 3,000. And what that put us in is on the map all over. And then you took a look at need. You're always solving problems. So the next solution was businesses need money to get going. So Powerteam created a joint venture fund. Everybody got that? Powerteam created a joint venture fund in 2007. Then we realized businesses need to come together and create something from nothing, which is a mastermind. And at that point, in 2008, created Win Global Mastermind. So think of your business, how you're addressing the problems along the way. Are you going to be part of the solution? And then I'll tell you how to move it within your own business. And then we took a look at really, Bill just saw speakers. Boy, speakers on stages, some are amazing, but there's not that many. And so he really worked with, for 2 years, and took apart the greatest speakers on the planet and launched Platinum Speaker Camp, which he keeps only 20 to 25 students at a time, only teaches it twice a year because many, many, many of the big speakers you would know have gone through it. Mark Victor Hansen, Les Brown. I could just go on. Sherry Tree, for those who know Bank. Sam Crowley with his millions of downloads. I could just go on and on and on. The great thing about that is we're addressing a need. We are addressing a need. And as we address that need, we move forward. So then how do we meet more entrepreneurs? Partnership. We partnered, became the major sponsor at the Small Business Expos. So think to yourself, have you partnered with an organization that's larger than you to help you create or bring your funnel? Or if you are the funnel, everybody who's got a funnel has partnerships. That's all there is to it, or they buy the business, right? That's the other way. So we partnered with the Small Business Expo. All of a sudden, every year at all these Small Business Expo events, we're seeing 100,000 businesses plus a year. So now we have turned on the fire hose. Got that? And Rainmakers are going on. There's Rainmakers every month, and that's the 2.5-day business boot camp. Let's talk about later how to become part of it because we watched you for a year. And then we have all these speakers and trainings. And a year ago, made a decision to be part of Inspiration 2020, which is ours. And Inspiration 2020 are 12 to 14 events a year that are to bring in the greatest speakers, and our speakers have a platform, and there are large events at hotels, and we'll be doing, obviously we'll be starting again. Um, and that's taking control of our flow now. So I have been for the last 20 years in personal development. I've been on all the big stages, spoken, probably done 5,000 of these webinars, right? 5,000 hours. I'm getting there, right? The Malcolm Gladwell, I'm getting to 10. Probably been in front of or spoken to easily, easily a million people. And all that means is that I'm pretty good now at seeing who's right and who's ready. And so part of what that is by being who's right and who's ready is as you build the mastermind for yourself, are you also willing to partner with people that are bigger than you? So I say to people all the time, you want to be part of what we're doing? And don't show up. Here's the other thing. I was taught 20 years ago by Mr. Bob Proctor, buy every book and read, buy every course and read every book. So people who work with us are all rainmakers. Does that make sense? We're all this community of, it's, I could tell you there's 3,500 right now, raring and excited and help you and do anything you want internationally. And so to be part of that, you just text SBA to 26786. I will text you my schedule. I will not chase you. I will not follow you. But you get on there. We'll have a 15-minute power session. We'll see if you're right for us, if we're right for you. But don't get to that session unless you're ready to go. Because if I say we pull the trigger, we pull the trigger. Does that make sense? You get into Rainmaker. I see where you're going to look good for stages. How does that look? Are you a coach? Are you a mentor? Does your business need the next level? Do you need lead flow? How can we assist you with that? And how does that work? Because in the idea of a mastermind, it's a group of individuals getting together to create something out of nothing. So in your lead flow, your mastermind sits down here. Usually they have seen you, they know you, like you, and trust you. They bought some products from you. It could be the Cattlemen Ranching Association. It can be a coach, a trainer, whatever that is. It doesn't matter. And as that is moving you to that next step, what you do is you then keep yourself locked in to what a mastermind is. It's a group of individuals that get together to create something out of nothing. That's a critical piece. And so as you create this mastermind, they get together. And we have virtual masterminds that if you text SBA to 26786, when I chat with you, I'll invite you to our virtual mastermind. We just had one the other day. We're going to have one in about 3 weeks. And that's a group of individuals that get together. We do a little networking, but then we dive right into their businesses and they work together in teams. And that's a great piece. That makes a difference for all of us and all of you. But as we're building these masterminds, we also realized, remember, Powerteam had it. We have to have, it's all about solutions. Write down solution. So if we have this huge funnel of businesses coming in through our system, we want to get them also virtually and locally. So we created the Gold program because we have mastermind members who are just part of the mastermind, which is awesome. They also get to come to our the Ultimate Wealth Camp in Chicago or in Vegas. But the big piece about that is now we created and are working on developing more facilitators. They work side by side with us. And as they work side by side with us, the great thing about that is that it also becomes for them, it's a revenue stream. It's also a client flow because we teach them how to work with their own clients. We also look at what clients we have in there. Because as you develop and facilitate a mastermind, you've got to think to yourself, as people walk in the door, what do I have for them? So now you buy our Rainmaker, right? So you're part of our Rainmaker program, but now you can go to a local mastermind. You can become a member. We have 35 cities. We have mastermind members now and growing. Since I've been here a year, because I built the masterminds for the big players out there, and I'm excited by what to do. And Mr. Bill Walsh is one of them at Powerteam. And as we're building that mastermind, you want to be part of something that's growing. So now not only do you come to this worldwide global virtual mastermind, but you also get to come as a gold member. You get to be part of our win, our big mastermind, which is we get together. And that's usually 50 of us with big money accelerators and figure out where everybody is, where they need to go, and how to make it happen. At the same time, you get to run your own local mastermind. So think of that. The great thing about that is now you're running a local mastermind, whether you want to or not. Because if you don't, then you just bring people to the virtual mastermind and you let me do the work, which I love to do. You also get trained every single week by me and the team. So you're really part of our family. You're part of a power team. You know, it really becomes that family piece of we will take care of you, you take care of us. We'll do more for you than you'll do for yourself, and you'll do more for us than you'll do for yourself. Does that make sense? And that's where we really partner up. But you have to think of your business again. Where does that mastermind fit? Let's say you had a nonprofit. Maybe you have a nonprofit and everybody doesn't quite know exactly your why and the direction you're going in. So you want to say, okay, this is me thinking. You want to say, all right, easy. This is easy. I'm going to get everybody who works in my nonprofit together, and once a week, that's a lot, but you could do it. Or once a month, we're going to mastermind. We're going to start out. I'll give you the sequence. I'll teach you how to do it. You don't have to pay the $50,000 to get that done. As a facilitator, we teach you how to do that in any business. I love doing that. Does that make sense? I love doing that. We used to teach a course that was more expensive as a bigger investment than anything we have, and we would teach them in a day. Now you get me for a year. So, facilitator of our masterminds, think of it this way. We have a lead flow that we've now addressed because we're creating masterminds and places for them to go in a virtual mastermind. But the facilitators also get revenue from that because anybody that they bring, or if I send you somebody that joins your mastermind, it's $600 for them for the whole year to be a member. And you get to process 100% of the first 20 people. So just do the math, and that's fairly simple. But what we're saying is we're a partner with you, and we're playing along with you. We're teaching you how to do it. We also are going to get you a Club Corp card because we want you to go to the best, absolutely the best clubs and golf courses in the country. We're positioning you because we're also going to put you through a one-day training on how to be a great speaker, how to give a keynote, how to do a TED Talk. And that positions you to be able to talk about the masterminds, but your own business, do it around your own business. That is critical. See, so we've solved the problem. We have the flow. Now we have another place to put people, because not everybody says, well, I don't really want to be a speaker, but I could be a facilitator, or I can definitely invite people to your mastermind. This is my dog she's texting. And that's the people that I want to hear from and see. So very simply text in 11. The team's just typing away, and here we go. So text SBA to 26786. I'll be happy to go through it. And those calls are quick. I don't mess around on those calls. It's a minute about you, a minute about me. We dive right in. We see where you are, where you're going, how you fit for us, how we fit for you. Boom, done. If we have to have a second call, we'll set it up if that makes sense for both of us. And it's a great place to be. It makes a huge difference for your business. So let's take a look at your business again. Okay. So if this is the flow of your business, and let's do it because we did a brick and mortar last time. We talked about it can work for let's do a dental office today, right? Because they're entrepreneurs, and we've had this. It was great. We had a dental office in Florida. We had her start doing a podcast because I do podcasting, right? We just launched 12 more podcasts. And it was awesome because everybody's listening to her podcast on how to have it's not so much just to have healthier teeth, but she really did it from the perspective of how to create better and healthier around you. So if this is your business and your business flows this way, right? And this is a path, it's all it is. Who meets the client first? So who meets the clients first? Now, people usually say, well, I don't even know how to get the client. That's why you join a mastermind. We teach you and train you how to get clients. Because the more clients you get through us and through your own system, the bigger that we become, the bigger that you become. It's like if you go to our Platinum Speaker Camp, we will put you on stages and you'll pay us 10% and be very happy. Does that make sense? Because the more stages you're on, the happier we are. We have a client that goes, oh my God, this is great. And we both make money. So in a mastermind, as a facilitator, it's the same thing. I'm going to teach you how to reach out to your connections, to your LinkedIn, to your Facebook, to your Instagram, not bombard them. How to build relationships that will continue to grow your business you'll use for your own business. And once they're in, I'm going to say to you as a mastermind facilitator after 3 months, if they know, like, and trust you, which I expect, you now get to sell them your program as long as it's been approved by myself and Bill. Does it get any better than that? So again, we handled our lead flow. So you're a dental office. You're out there. This could be for an attorney, dental office, any brick and mortar. Anybody walks into any store. You could be a pizza shop, right? But who greets them right away when they walk in the door? Have you ever walked into an office and they go, "Yeah, hi," right? I don't want to come back. I used to love going to my dental office. I'd go and they go, "Michael," right? You only see them twice a year, and how it's like, I mean, your name could be up there, but they got a lot of clients coming in. How are you? How's your family? They remember about my wife and my kids, and I'm like, wow, I'm coming here forever. How do you greet your clients as they come in the door? What's that first contact piece? What do they do? What do they remember? Do they take notes about you so they do remember conversations? It's just awesome. It's personable. So you come in the door and they greet you, right? And a lot of times what they'll do is they'll say, so, do we have the next appointment set? Again, they're future pacing. They're getting to that next appointment. That's like asking for a referral. The other thing that a great office will do is ask for referrals, and do this for your online marketing. Online marketing is stunning to me sometimes how they don't ask for referrals. Ask for referrals. So if you really liked our call today, we do this on podcasting all the time, right? YouTubers are great at this. I work with a lot of YouTubers. So if you really like my show today, hit subscribe. That's right, subscribe. And if you want to know where our products are, same thing in a dental office, right? Dental offices are great that way. So we've got your next appointment set up. Let's make sure you get a toothbrush and whatever else you need. And they give you a little packet and it's got their name on it so you don't forget them. You don't ever forget that they greeted you when you come in the door. Because sometimes when you're walking out the door, your teeth are a little hurt and you're not as such. I like it when they do it right away because that's what you're going to remember. And then when I leave, there was always a thank you so much for being here today. If there's anything else you need, let us know. We'll see you. We got your appointment set. You're good to go. So now I don't have to wait there when I'm uncomfortable. My teeth are hurting, or and and it was a great flow. Then in the office, I found out that once a month they get together. And they get together because he had been through some trainings 20 something years ago. And they get together and where's the office go? So what's the why of the office? Where are we all going? Big mission. The dentist would lay that out. And how is that going to look? And how critical of a learning are you getting from that as a group as you're moving together? So in your own business, to mastermind can increase your profits. It's about happier customers, increase profits. Everybody knows the why and you know the direction you're going. The direction you're going is critical. Does that make sense? The direction you're going is critical. And as we move down that direction, we do it together as a team. So at Powerteam, right? We have every single Monday. I know what the team's doing, what they're working on. Is there something they need from the rest of the team? We get together at events and we sit down and we say, here's where we're at. Here's where we're going. Does there anything else need to build change, right? We know, like, and trust each other, which is why we work together. I know the why of the company. I know where things are moving. And that creates that mastermind team. It's creating a group of individuals that get together to create something out of nothing. So what I want to do now is we're going to just take 30 seconds. I'm not going to have much quiet time because this is a live stream. I understand it. And if you have any questions, type them in. Number one. Number two, if you want to work with us, take a look at what that looks like. If you could be a great facilitator, if you want to see how to start that international business, text SBA to 26786. I'll get back to you immediately right after I talk when I put the next speaker on. So take a minute right now. And if you want to type in any questions you have, that would be great. If you want to type in anything going on or how you see it fits with your business, that would be great. And I'm just going to sit here and actually I'm going to answer some people right away because I've got some text right away. You guys are awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. And it's a great day. Good, 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 good. Good, good, good. All right, I'm just refreshing. There we go. What I'm doing is as I'm speaking, I'm multitasking because I'm making sure that the next speaker is actually loaded up in the box. And if the next speaker does not come on, what I do is I just go to the next one because I see two others there. And I will just You don't, that's so a couple things. If you run your own call, make sure that you have the other speakers ready to go. Because if somebody doesn't show up, I don't wait. Let's say, you know what? Why don't we wait 10 minutes to see if they show up? Or I'm just going to fill the space, which we do on big stages, right? We learn to fill the space. But what I want to know is that they're on there. And if they're not on there, I can't, that's way too much typing, Michelle. We'll just keep this one up. But if they're not on there, the greatest thing about it, I'm just going to keep this one up for a second, is that you just move on. If I don't see them, you just move on. And then you slot them into that next spot, because the ones that are there and the ones that show up are the ones you honor. So I'm looking right at Albert. I want Albert to look at me. I want to make sure he's ready if I need to slot him in 3 minutes. Look at that. He's doing this. So I got a speaker doing this. And you know why Albert and I work so well together? Because we've done events together. Because at the same time, he's masterminded of how to make it better. Do you know what this man does, who I'm about to put up next? Because I am going to shift the order because he's there. Is he always comes up to me and says, how can I help? How can I be of assistance? And he runs a 7-figure business for a long time. And he's always asking, he'll walk to our big events. He'll say, how can I help? I'm like, well, I know what you do. And him and I are dragging things. We're moving boxes. We're getting dirty together. Those are the kind of people I always want to work with. So if you want to be part of what we're doing, 300 live events a year, huge organization, all these virtual events, text SBA to 26786. You and I will have that bullet point call. I'll then also, if nothing else, I'll invite you to our virtual mastermind. You can get on that. It will be about 3 weeks from now. It's 2 hours you got to stay on. And that's what you do when you build a mastermind. Group of like-minded individuals who are moving in a direction, who create something out of nothing, who build their businesses together. The funnel plays out. You make money, more money, but it's not about that. It's how to be of service, how to create a better ROI, do your business as a business. What's your daily, weekly, and monthly? And we'll talk more about that as we move forward with our systems. We're not going to post that yet. And it is an amazing time to be here. So first of all, give you a big round of applause, everybody. Round of applause. All right, fantastic. We're going to move forward. So make sure that you got something to drink. Mm-hmm. You got something to write on. You got a beautiful outside. Hey, it's sunny in the state of Washington. I'm outside there. It's all it's to it. I think this is great, right? It's sunny and I'm out here. And that makes a big difference. So our next speaker is you need to listen. This man, I told you, every time I meet him, it's only ever about how I can be of assistance. How can I help? And when I first met him, I thought, you're awesome. Come work for me. And if you find out what he does, he doesn't, but he does. He wants to always be there. He wants to be part of it. He will work from the minute we get to an event till the end. And then I found out what he did, and I went, oh, you're all heart. You're amazing. And what he does for his family. But let me do a formal introduction, and then he's going to rock your world. Mr. Albert Corey, our next speaker, has been assisting small businesses for over 3 decades. He went from cleaning toilets to making over 7 figures in his business. Who would like to grow their business to over 7 figures? Raise their hands, everybody. Everybody say, yeah, yeah, yeah. He worked and trained with Grant Cardone, Tony Robbins, NX Signal, Russell Brunson, and just a few to name. Spoke on Bill Wall stages. He's been speaking all around the world. He's the author of The Art of Perception, his 2nd book. His mission is for 1,000 businesses and their owners to band together to help change the world economically and by giving back. Who here is ready to stand up? I'm reading it. Remember, we're on stage. We're bringing people up to stage. Let's start the applause. Who here is ready to give up a big, huge, warm round of applause for Mr. Albert Corey?
Hey there. Nice seeing you, Mr. Michael. Outside.
All right. Have a great time.
Thank you. Thank you. Hey, guys. My name is Albert Corey. I'm an income stream specialist. I live in the Miami area. And guess what? COVID-19 hasn't slowed us down. All right. Hasn't slowed us down. So today, we're going to talk about how my 5 steps to increase your revenue. That's right. The 5 steps. So if you want to go and figure out how to increase your revenue, and most of the time, it's going to take very little of your resources. Normally, if I'm stage, I'd say everybody clap. But since we're here, I want everybody to click 1111 because you want to increase your bottom line. And you want to find that little extra money that could be hidden underneath the rock that you're not getting. Okay, so you're not getting. So now let me start off with our 5 steps. Would it be okay if I tell you about my 5 steps in my history? You see, I graduated from university from South Florida in 1982. I came out of school thinking I'm going to work in downtown Miami, overlooking the cruise ships, love boat. And guess what? There was no work. So what it ended up doing, my dad comes knocking on my door and says, "Hey, Albert, get up." I said, "Oh, shit, I thought something happened." What happened was the maid's going to come into work and he needs somebody to clean the rooms. Well, since I wasn't home and I wasn't working, so guess what? I had to go out and do it. But guess what? It was probably the best thing that happened. And that started on my journey. And my journey really took me a bunch of places. So we're going to kind of talk about for the next few minutes on what my journey and how we got there in the 5 steps to increase your revenue. The 5 steps are, by the way, here's my sheet here. When you follow me, if you type, I don't know what the code is, but there's a code that says when you start to follow me, you can go out and get this sheet. And we have the sheet here that you can have it. Or follow me on Facebook, Albert Corey, and you see it all the time. So now the 5 steps are, you need an accountant, you need Google reviews, business cards, Facebook Lives, and event. These are the 5 simple steps that you can use to grow your revenue. And I use them every day. So let's go. Let's start off with the first one. The first one is an accountant. This is somebody, and trust me, I've been doing this now for a while, over 35 years. This is somebody you need. Do you know how many people this year in COVID-19? By the way, when everybody is closed, my office is still open because I've been finding the ninja tricks and stuff to keep my office open no matter what. We've never closed, and we're still going probably stronger than ever. So now the first one is an accountant. All right, I'm the ones who know when you needed that PPP loan, you needed an EPC loan, you need to figure out how to get that stimulus check. They're the ones that you're going to call. For people who are using TurboTax, for people who are doing their own bookkeeping, this is a very dissimilar service that it's probably hurting you. Another reason how a good accountant or somebody knows is we start to save you money. Very simple. The first one is obviously I know all the deductions. They know all the deductions to get there. That's the first thing. The second thing, how I'll save you money instantly, is we know the dates for the IRS. We know the dates that your state tax returns are going to be due. That's right. We know the dates. How's this important? Because good example is if you have a corporation and you file it late and that they're all due March 1st or March 15th, if you file it late, the government's going to whack you $200 a month. If you have somebody who's got your back, they're going to make sure you emailed you, they text you, you're on Facebook, Instagram. We're going to make sure that you know so you don't get the whack. And obviously, corporations are doing every state. You got to pay the fees. Another thing we do is we also know all the ninja tricks. If you get hit, sometimes how it work to get out. You know, these have worked time and time again. And TurboTax and, TurboTax and QuickBooks is not going to help you get there. The next thing we're going to talk about on my sheet here, see, my sheet here is Google reviews. Google reviews, guess what, is free. If you got a brick and mortar offline business, this is the most important way to get business. You know, I'm getting business all the time, walk-ins, people calling me. Because if you go to my page, if you type in Albert Corey, Hialeah, Florida, you're going to see me come up in the box on Google reviews. I have 180 reviews. This is pure social proof. Okay, guys, that, that this is not fake. As I'm in Miami, the Hispanics will say, this is not a mentirosa. You can see on 184.5 reviews, I'm the real deal. So if you're brick and mortar, you better start getting those reviews because it's a way to grow your business. And it's a way that it's free. It doesn't cost you a dime. And I've made thousands of dollars how to do it. And it's free. So it's very easy to do. Now, the next thing we're going to talk about, see, on my list, because we're not high tech here, is business cards. You know, this is the most funniest thing you could ever think of is business cards. You know, everybody tells me business cards are bad. Nobody uses them. Millennials will laugh at you. I said, okay, but I made over $60,000 using my business card in your store. You see, what's cool about business cards is it's very easy. It's the most cost-effective marketing. Now, raise your hand here. How would you like the ROI? You can buy a box of cards. Do not buy them from Vistaprint that it costs you $60, $1,000, sometimes less. Let's say semi-good quality. And if your average ticket, let's say a client, even if it's a bakery, and they come back 3 or 4 times, well, you know that's over $500 or $600, probably about $300 or $400. If you're a restaurant, painter, whatever it is. What's your rate of return, guys? Big. Put some number ones if you want a huge rate of return. Now, what also is pretty cool, what I teach in my classes, is guess what? It's the best icebreaker. You know, I was at an event last year at about this time, and I had a 19-year-old kid says, well, I'm a millennial. I don't need you. Nobody will ever talk to you. Nobody reads it. They throw it. Give me your card. I'm going to throw it on the ground. I said, okay. I said, no problem. I said to you, how much do you charge for your class? He said like $4,000. I said, okay. So in that box of cards, if I gave you my business card and it got you to talk to me, would that not be worth the $60 it costs you for the box of cards? And make sure it's not Vistaprint. And by the way, it has to be done in a certain way. The back of your card has to be a question in 9 words or less on how, on the number one question people ask you. Well, on my tax side, people always ask me 5 reasons, 5 ways to open up a corp or why a corporation is important. And that breaks stuff open. When I do the business coaching side, we started using 5 simple steps to grow your business. Next thing you know, they're calling me and they're talking to me. It's breaking the ice when nobody else will. Now, I don't know about you, but I like to get people to talk to me, and done right, this is going to get you talking to me, which is very, 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 very cool. All right. Now, the next one we're going to talk about in my list is Facebook Lives. Guys, this is the game changer. Okay, this is the game changer. This one little tip has probably made me about $20,000 or $30,000. Well, thank you. You go to powerteam.com/freedom and look at Albert Corey. Albert Corey. All right, Albert Corey. So then what you do is it's got me money. How does it get you money on Facebook? Because you become I call it education marketing. You then go out every day, and I found a little system that I've been using all along. But every day you go out and you educate the world. Okay? How you go educate the world? You tell them a tip. You never spam them, and you never ask them for a cent. You go out on the Facebook Live, and he says, hey, my name is Albert Corey. I'm the business strategist. Okay. I'm the business coach strategist. My sign's black too. And by the way, that's my book, The Art of Perception, that we got on Amazon. Just type in my name. Sorry, Albert Corey. I'm looking at this backwards. You can get the book. So anyways, so you start educating. And what's pretty cool is that a lot of these people don't do it. So you start educating them. And the next thing you know, you become the expert. Oh, thank you. Miss Michelle said success by design. Thank you. So then now you become the expert because nobody's answering their questions. You go into the biggest groups I mean, this is kind of controversial, but I go into like the big groups. Like there's this one group I go into out of New York. It's the New York business people. And I go in and show them the right way to open up a corporation. I show them how to use car deductions, how to use business cards as a lead magnet. And next thing you know, they're calling me. Okay. The next thing you know, you're calling me. And I made it for money. And guess what, guys and girls? It's free. I don't know about you. I want you everybody put some number ones if you like to build your business, and it's free. And guess what? This is Corona proof. This is vacation proof. You can do it on your cell phone. It doesn't matter. There's also some cool ninja tricks you can use off your cell phone to do it. And it works. And guess what? It works. I mean, I've been using it now for 4 years, and now it works. Now, the next one we're going to talk about, and then I'm going to go back and give you some more examples, is events. Events are probably the most game changer things in your life. Thank you, insurance. Yes, if you open a corporation, connect with me, of course. Now, events are, thank you, Miss Jackie Martinez. The next big thing is events. You need to go events, okay? You need to get out and go to events. All right, now let's go give you another example. By the way, showing this up, this is an event, okay? Because you're in Corona lockdown, there's always going to be webinars and seminars. Get your you-know-what off of Instagram. Get your you-know-what off of Facebook worrying about, oh, Billy Bob just got her new boyfriend. That ain't going to get you to the next level. This is the time of your life where you're on lockdown. Okay, I understand you got to take care of your kids, be the family person. But take the time that you'd be on Instagram, Facebook, and go and learn some cool stuff. A bunch of cool stuff. There's YouTube. There's everything. But getting back to events, my business grew a zillion times because I went to an event. I met Bill Walsh, and this is a cool story. Bill will tell you this. I go to an event in San Diego, to Manny Lopez's event. I saw Bill, middle of tax time, and then I ran into him about a year ago. I ran into Bill. We ran into Bill at Ori's event, which was, sorry, Ori, it was okay. But that was the game changer. He got me excited. He got me motivated, and now I'm speaking to everybody. This is a guy from Miami Springs, Florida, who gets clients but never was on world stages. Whoever thought I'd have a book and talking on the world, going to 8 cities last year in 3 countries, that's not too bad, and going to all the games and everything. But you got to go out and rock the house. You got to go out and meet people. Another thing I talk about is success is a contact sport. Make conversations on Facebook. Make conversations. Some of my coolest friends that I hang out with, I mean, maybe virtually now, and even before, we met on Facebook. And we talk all the time. You would think we're best buddies, how we're hanging out and talking to people. We're talking to people. Why? Because now another thing why you go to events, you meet a bunch of cool people. And these cool people, they understand you. You can talk to them. Because a lot of the stuff I talk about here and building stuff, my family, they wouldn't know Facebook Live, funnels and all the other stuff and how to build because that's not their thing. So you find people are like-minded, and that keeps you, that keeps you excited. That keeps you going. That keeps you going, and that keeps you excited. I mean, I met a lot of nice people and a lot of cool people, and that gets you going. One of the other cool things I want to talk about in Facebook Live is, I forgot to tell you this story, which is pretty cool, is, I'm on Facebook Live. Thank you, Miss Michelle. Thank you. Thank you. By the way, anybody wants to get a hold of me, you can get a hold of me at albertcorey360.com. I mean, I kind of like blacked out my stuff, but hey, I'm in the way black. There you go. Let me see here. See, there I am, Albert C360. You get all a hold of me anyway. So you go out there and you start contacting people. So anyway, let me tell you a quick story of how it also happened on Facebook. I always tell on stage. So what happened was I'm on stage, I'm on Facebook Live, And I say, any questions or comments, please put it below or hit me up in instant messenger. Boy, that's safe on instant messenger. If somebody comes a creep, you can just block them. So I started talking to this guy. Next thing I know, we started talking. Hey, where are you from? You're from. He's from Melbourne, Australia. I'm in Miami. He's in Melbourne. That's 25,000 miles away. How would I know that? My in-laws live in Sydney, and I've been there so many times. And next thing you know, he goes, "Oh, can you help my neighbor?" And I said, "Sure, no problem." That's 3 years ago. And we do everything through WhatsApp, through WhatsApp. And that's, and now he's my client and my friend, and like I said, sometimes this stuff could take time. I'm doing people's returns this year that I met on the Grant Cardone 10X group. And that must have been, I haven't done that in 3 or 4 years. But because they see my stuff on Facebook all day, they call me, they call me to hit me up on Messenger. Next thing you know, they're my clients. And what did it cost me? Zero. How many of you, I want you to put some ones, if you like to build your business on limited resources. Unlimited resources, you need to put zeros. All right. I want you to put 111 or 0 because I don't like to spend money. So if you don't like to spend money to build your business, put zeros. And this is some of the free stuff because there's plenty of ways, you're going to spend money to build, but there's a whole bunch of ways you can. That's it. Guys, thank you. That's the hook.
It helps if I turn my mic on too. Hey, Albert.
That's good. Thank you. So
right. It always helps to turn my mic on. Isn't that a great thing? So, Albert, you are amazing. The information you always give. And, I want to say again, a shout out.
Albert, you're the bomb, brother. I just want to
pop in. Thank you.
Your whole talk. You rocked it, brother. Love you, man.
Thank you. Thank you.
Keep up the great work.
And Albert, it's that you do wherever you're at. You're always just saying, how can I be of assistance? How can I help? What can I do for you? Right. And you do that no matter who you're working with. And you're the kind of everybody you want to work with Albert. He will literally be there for you 1,000%. He'll walk you through. He's been very successful, but Albert, it's your success is what counts. So Albert, I'm going to give you a huge round of applause. You're amazing.
Let's type in. It's helpful.
Yeah, let's type in round of applause. And everybody right now, go to ipowerteam.com/freedom, ipowerteam.com/freedom. You're all amazing. Albert, we'll see you soon.
Yes, thank you.
All right, fantastic. All right, fantastic. Now, we're going to move right on. It's great information today. I see her smiling down there. She's from Houston. I'm sure the weather is beautiful like it always is, and when you're moving your business forward, it's great to work with people that not only have been successful, but she has she's an entrepreneur, but she also has, you can say, a brick and mortar, right? So she's been on both sides, and she's really created that I don't even know how to say it, Jenny, but really just created this network of travel for those in our industry, for those in the business industry, for those who just need to get away. But it's the mindset that she also takes you through. She's also created masterminds. She's part of our mastermind team in Houston. She also has created a virtual cocktail hour, which she's going to tell you about, which I see all the time, which I think is brilliant. She's been in business for over 20 years. She's helped those that have started to become successful even in her own business, and she's always there to be of service. She's done and we book a lot of our resort getaways through Ginny. She's amazing. She's a platinum speaker. She's been on stages all over the world. She continues to just be there and help. Let's give a huge, thunderous round of applause for Miss Ginny Trask. Hey, Ginny. Oh, is your mic off? Can't hear you. Can't hear you. It's okay. You'll get it going in a second. Not yet. She's almost there. And everybody, this information she's saying to us is incredible. I'm telling you, what she's telling us right now is the most incredible information you've ever heard. And it's rocking and rolling. We're actually ahead by a minute or two. So, nope, not yet. Nope, don't hear you. Do you have a computer mic you can go to? She's adapting. This is called adapting. Nope, nothing yet. And so when you adapt, you move to really whatever that next piece is. She's figuring out how to adapt, how to make a change, how to make this work. But when you're in business, the minute I hear her, then I'll be quiet, right? And you have to adapt because adaptation is the best way to do it. Oh, there we go. She's just going to disconnect and reconnect really quickly. And we have more people lined up, so that is not even a problem. And so when you also have people in your stream, you want to make sure that you have room for everybody to come into the stream. So like with StreamYard we use, you can only have 6 people lined up. So you need to make sure that you sort of push people out who shouldn't be there and then bring them back in, and they'll bring them back in themselves. So you can see exactly who's lined up and who's next and who's ready to go. All right, I'm going to put you back in the stream. Let's see if we can hear you. Nope, can't hear you, Ginny. Yep, she's moving. I might have to move on, but it's good. So by the way, for those of you who got a lot of information, from Albert, from Michelle, who really work with our people, just go to ipowerteam.com/freedom. It will make it's a big difference for yourself to get the coaching that you need and to have that coaching locked in. It's really the growth every day that will make a difference. Oh, by the way, remember I talked about a stretch? I'm doing a stretch right now, but it's always with training because I know she's probably running to another computer, which is what we're seeing all this movement in her and moving forward. And she's shutting down. She's turning it back on. There we go. And she's probably going to plug in another mic. It's by the way, so when you are doing a live stream, a couple things. You have your mic on your computer. Make sure that you always have another mic handy. If you go wireless, make sure that the wireless is actually charged up. That's a big thing too. Depending on what kind of streaming that you use, we use Zoom, which you can use on just about any device. We use for this one StreamYard, which from the presenter view really likes you to be on a PC if at all possible, or a Macintosh, not so much on a phone. Hey, Shelly, how are you? And that will really, you're just guaranteeing that you're going to be on and that you get the sound that you need. That makes a big difference. So you also want to make sure that you have the right equipment. And it's simple nowadays. You don't have to go out and spend $10,000. It's not what people are looking for. Look, I'm outside. Look at the backyard behind me. Isn't this the greatest backdrop you've ever seen? You think this is a green screen? But you want to keep it as simple as possible because people nowadays know, and they want to know that they can do it too. They want to know that they can be part of this and that this makes a difference. All right, let me bring her in and see if we can hear her.
All right, how about that?
You're on.
Yay!
Let's give it up for Miss Ginny Trapp. Take it away, Ginny.
Thank you guys, and thanks for your patience on that. I appreciate it. I had to move inside. I had to move away from my beautiful background, but I guess it'll be all right. So, so thanks for your patience, and hi, everybody. It's such an honor to be invited on here with you guys today. I hope everybody's making the best of this quarantine, which I know you are because you're on this live stream today. So congratulations to you for taking steps to make your life better in quarantine. I just love what you guys are doing. And so thanks so much for having me. So a little bit about me. So I'm going to talk a little bit about, why it's important to look towards the future, right? And to make some concrete plans for, the fall of this year, right? Some things to look forward to. But before I get into that, I'm going to talk a little bit about my story. So I come from the world of incentive travel. I own a multi-million-dollar incentive travel business. And what I do is I help people to unite their tribe using travel and events. So I work with speakers, coaches, authors, network marketers all across the globe. And I got into this industry just about 20 years ago, and I started out doing conferences and retreats. I got into sports travel, did some things there. I used to do huge groups to like the Olympics and the World Cup and things like that. I've worked with Fortune 500 companies, Fortune 100 companies, to really incentivize their teams. And one of the interesting things, that happened to me was that, it was fun. The glitz and glamour of working for Coca-Cola, for example, was great. But I really figured out that, you don't have to have $1 million budget to have an amazing incentive, to have an amazing culture building, community uniting trip with your team or with your clients. It really doesn't cost millions of dollars, and you don't have to go to the Super Bowl. if you just use kind of the same method. So I really got into making it work for small businesses. That really became kind of my niche and my thing. And teaching people to run incentives like the big boys, but without big boy budgets. So, is that okay with you guys? If I could teach you how to run an amazing incentive, incentivize your clients, incentivize your team, but not have to spend $1 million, that'd be good. So, the biggest key to creating an amazing incentive is, first of all, it is important to get people out of their everyday lives, right? There's just something about, it doesn't have to be a beach. I personally like a beach, but getting people out and away, feeling that they're on a vacation, right? Feeling that they are, escaping their normal lives, because we open ourselves up in those instances to really being so much more creative, so much more open to new ideas when we step outside of our day-to-day lives. So, I always look to see, what does everyone around me want to do first? Like me, I love beaches, but I'm actually a mountains girl too, right? But for me, it's more about the customer, right, or the group. What do they want to do? So, right now's a great time to start asking people, hey, when this is all over, where do you want to go? What do you want to do? Because there is a life beyond this. There is a life beyond coronavirus and beyond this quarantine. And we have to start planning for that life now, right? Now is actually the perfect time to start planning travel. There are some amazing deals out there to be had. But it's also starting a conversation that is an inspired conversation that's away from the gloom of quarantine and into something that you're truly looking forward to, right? So reach out to your customers or to your team and find out, where do they want to go? Do they want to stick their toes in the sand, or do they want to climb a mountain peak? What's important to them? Because it's always about them and what they want, right? I always teach that it's not about me, it's not about what I want, it's about what they want. So the next piece is to really, it doesn't have to be like Super Bowl tickets, right? But create some sort of unique experience. So Bill Walsh and I actually had an awesome time the last time that we went down to Mexico with a group. We did a Win Mastermind down in Mexico last year. And Bill said, there's this great little steak place. And I was down there a few days early and I went, oh, I think I know the one. We had a blast. We went and had steak at the most amazing steakhouse. And, the service was unbelievable. The waiters then brought out our desserts with these sparklers, and the whole entire restaurant was turning and looking at all of us, right? And here we are at this big long table. I think Albert was with us as well. I don't remember if Michael was there, but anyway, there were a bunch of us there together, and they came out with sparklers, and just that moment, right, of that unexpected thing, the sparklers in the dessert, and everybody being there around that communal table together. That is a community building experience. That is a once in a lifetime memory that we will always have. And so incentives don't have to incorporate something huge and costly in order to incorporate something special and memorable and monumental. So I always look to incorporate something like that, right? Just the sparklers into the dessert was perfect. In quarantine, we've seen people do a lot of really interesting things. Michael was saying earlier, we created recently, we've pivoted by creating quarantine cocktail hour, which is has been every single day since March 25th. We have done a cocktail hour. We've done something crazy and memorable and wild. Like we've done lip sync-a-thons. We've done karaoke, which is quarantine karaoke. We've taught line dancing. I mean, we've done all kinds of crazy things. But those memories that we share, even though they're virtual, right? Anytime that we all share an emotion together, that begins to build community between us. So the next most important component after you have figured out where you're going to go in an incentive is what it's going to encompass and how you're going to create some great memories together, because that is the purpose. Any trip that you take clients on or you take your team on is an opportunity for you guys to grow your relationship even deeper and even more. And the last component that I always try to incorporate is something that brings extra value. I personally love to bring extra value in the form of mentorship or education of some kind, something that's going to help everyone grow in the next year. And of course, I've gotten that chance several times with Bill to bring some amazing mentorship and to a lot of people around the world. I mean, that's really what Bill does. Is it's not just about the mentorship that you receive from Bill Walsh and Powerteam. It's the collection of people. It's the connections that Powerteam has, that with amazing mentors from around the world. I met George Chanos, who's former Attorney General of Nevada, through Powerteam. I've met so many amazing mentors. And what's even better is that we all can mentor each other. Like Albert, for example, is a mentor of mine. He was on before me, and he absolutely has so much valuable information from being in business for so long and having been through so many different phases of business. So I always look to see, who can we bring in for an incentive or for a community building trip that's going to bring that little extra bit of value, that extra mentorship. And guys, I know that this is a hard time right now in quarantine. We're sometimes kind of stuck we're stuck inside. We're stuck somewhat around the same people over and over again, except when we join virtual events like this. And sometimes our families are not necessarily the most supportive people. So if you're out there and you're an entrepreneur and you've ever had, an Uncle Joe or your brother Tom who told you that your business idea was never going to succeed, or that, your marketing plan sucked, right? But then they were out working their 9-to-5 job, right? They're not always our best mentors and our best cheerleaders. So you've got to get yourself around a group of people that is rooting for you, that is cheering for you, and has, and has kind of that same spark that you have for entrepreneurship, right? And so I think that who you associate with during quarantine and after quarantine, even if you have to associate with them virtually for a while, is so important. Here we are in this period of time and we're hibernating, right? This is like I really thought of this time as like a hibernation period, like almost like I'm a caterpillar and I'm in my little cocoon here. I'm having to hibernate, but so many things are really being created in this time. And so then when all these things are lifted, right, and we are going to be able to go out and enjoy the beach again, or go out and go on retreats again, or go out and be around somebody besides these people we've been quarantined with, I think it's so important who you associate with. So I have a pretty exciting announcement. We've talked a little bit about incentives. So we are, and you guys might have seen it on the bottom of the screen just there. So we are planning an amazing, amazing Fun in the Sun retreat. You guys are going to get an amazing Fun in the Sun retreat with Bill Walsh and myself, October in Mexico. If you guys would like to join us, you can text FUN to 26786 to get on the priority list to book this trip. We are going to really dive deep into having some mentorship. Guys, this is a fun trip. We all need some fun after being in quarantine. We all need to have an escape. So this, you guys are not going to believe the price on this. So you guys are going to get 3 nights with Fun in the Sun, hanging out with Bill Walsh on the beach in Mexico for $14.97. And for that price, you can bring someone. It is a fantastic deal. We are going to, it's really not going to be like sitting in a classroom getting educated. It's going to be mentorship. It is going to be, and this price is only good for the next 7 days, guys. So you've got to jump on it. Okay. This is your opportunity to hang out on the beach with a powerhouse like Bill Walsh and other powerhouses who really can help you to really take your business to the next level. this is your opportunity to really get in that inner circle, right? I think that having an inner circle that is bigger than you, more successful than you, is super, super important. So when we talked about incentives, we talked about, bring a client, bring your team at this price. Like, this is a fraction of what it would normally cost. And normally this would be a $5,000 retreat. So you guys, $14.97 is nothing to be able to sit around and drink margaritas with Bill and pick his brain. Amazing opportunity. And really, it's so important that we do those things for ourselves and our business. They always say, you are who you associate with, right? And I truly believe that. I truly believe that who we associate with is so important. If you want to be a millionaire, associate with millionaires. If you want to be a billionaire, associate with billionaires. Stop hanging out with your broke brother, Charlie, right? He's not the one. You've got to get yourself in that inner circle and build that inner circle with people who are that step above, right? If you're the smartest person at the table, you need to move to another table, right? So this is your opportunity to move to another table, to sit at a table with, a guy who has built an incredible business. He's one of the top coaches in the world. He's built a huge multi-million-dollar business over and over again. He's got such amazing mentorship to give. And this is your opportunity to be, this is not going to be a huge group of people, guys. This is going to be a small trip. And this is really your chance to get that really deep mentorship with Bill. And I'll also be there. I know we're going to have a couple other really amazing mentors there for you guys to really, this is your opportunity to really get in that inner circle and take your business to the next level. So I am super honored, Bill, that you are that you've allowed me to announce this trip, because I got to announce the trip. I'm really excited about that. So thank you for that. And guys, I know that it's right now, it's such a tough time for so many people, but I think it's always worth, Bill and I always joke about this together. Plan your vacations first, right? Because if you don't, you'll never do it. You've got to plan your time off. Just like you plan everything else, you've got to plan your time off and have something to look forward to. We all need that. We all need that little carrot dangling out there for us, reminding us of why we're working so hard. I know personally, if I know that I'm going to get a day off or I'm going to get some time on the beach, I'm much more likely to be productive in the weeks leading up to that, because I can just see the light at the end of the tunnel. So, Bill, thank you for creating a light at the end of the tunnel for everybody. I am so excited about this retreat and about the idea that we're going to have, something to really look forward to, some amazing mentorship on the beach and amazing fellowship on the beach with some fellow entrepreneurs. I cannot wait. So guys, again, you text the word fun to 26786 to get booked. It is going to be absolutely probably the best thing that I do all year long. I cannot wait. But and like we said, you guys don't have to come up with these trips and these ways to incentivize your clients on your own. Could you imagine if your top clients could get around some amazing mentors, if your top teammates could get around some amazing mentors, and really help them take their game to the next level? That really is what it's all about, right? I always look at when I look at my clients, my top 20% of my clients, because by the way, I really focus on that top 20%. I'm sure you guys know the 80-20 rule, right? The top 20% of your clients are the clients that will spend the most money with you. They're the clients that are going to hang out with you on the beach. So go get those top 20 clients and bring them out here on the beach with you. And Bill Walsh, Bill, what's up?
Hey, how are you, hon?
Doing great.
Man, I always love when you bring your energy. Your energy is always a 12 out of 10. So I love that you do it that way. And I think that everybody needs to have something to look forward to. So We're doing something that every week it'll go up like $500. So it's a great deal now. And you don't got to put the money down now. Just text in fun if you have an interest in joining us. It'll be 4 days and 3 nights at a great location. And I even think some of the liquor is included. So I don't know how good than that. So it'll be a lot of fun. But we only have room for about 40, which is really 20 20 rooms and about 40 total people. So it'll certainly be some great surprises. But I just want to say thanks for always going way beyond the call of duty. You know, every time you show up, you make our events better, and people just love you because you bring that amazing energy. So keep up the great work. We're excited to put something together in October and go down to Mexico and have some fun for a few days. So with that, I'll let you go, and thanks for being a part of the event.
All right.
Talk to you soon.
Thank you so much.
You got it. Bye-bye now. Let's see how we do this here. Let's see. There we go. So we're really honored today that we've got a lot of very powerful women that are speaking today. We've got a couple of gentlemen speaking from around the world. One of our speakers later today is coming all the way from Singapore to talk to you about he's an organizational expert. He's someone that has incredible train-the-trainer programs. He is one of the top 5 global gurus in the world on organizational mastery. We also have another gentleman coming on that's sold more than 5 million books on how to build great cultures. And he's going to talk today about how do you write and sell a book that sells lots of copies. And I know a lot of people will tell you how to do it, but very few have done it. This guy that'll be on about an hour or so is definitely one of those guys, maybe less than that. And I want you to go out to your social medias, please add some more people. I know we got a great number on today. I appreciate everybody for plugging in all day. I know there's some real great diehards on here that come on every week, and I love you guys for that. I'm going to tell you that we've got a very special guest on that is one of my business partners. She's brilliant. She really goes out of the way to share with you that if you put your mind to something, you can actually do it. If you understand the power of mind over matter, mind over challenge, you're going to love our next speaker. She's the founder with her kids. Her kids are some of the most amazing kids you'll ever meet. They're young adults now, but they're just superstars in their own right. And as a family, they created one of the funniest board games ever called House Guests from Hell. And I can tell you that this game, if you don't have one of those games yet today, you got to go to houseguestsfromhell.com and get one. We've kept the COVID price at 50% off. I know it's going to end pretty soon, but if you could do it today, houseguestsfromhell.com, send me a text. I'll send you a gift that's valued at more than $200 just for taking action today. So I want to bring on Shelly Pritchett here in just a second. I know that she's waiting, and I see her in the speaker lounge. And if you want to be in the speaker lounge, put your information down there below and say, I've got a great topic. We book 10 to plus speakers per week. We're always looking for great speakers with great content. So if you got something great, please definitely send the information right now. Just text SBA to 26786. Get with Michael. I'll get you some information about being a part of these amazing weekly broadcasts. So let me see if I can bring Shelly on real quick. Shelly, how are you?
Hi.
Great to see you. How's everything going? I know it's starting to warm up in Chicago, huh? No more snow?
No. It's flowers and green leaves. Everything's green.
We got to actually, one of these days, we'll take the camera outside and you can walk around your grounds. You're probably one of the most beautiful grounds someone could live on in a house. I live on a 10-acre estate, and I thought that was pretty cool. And I went out by your place. I'm like, wow, rolling hills and mountains. But today we're going to talk about this really, really fun game called House Guests from Hell. And I thought, I know you're on each week and you give some different vantage points. So today, I kind of thought it would be fun that a lot of people think about this, right? How do you work as a team? How did you get you and your kids to work as a team to put something like this together? Because I know for most people, it's hard to work with their kids. That is not easy. I'm honored that I get to work with my son, Austin. My son, Evan, helps occasionally. He has really no interest in our business. He produces music. My daughter, she's a physician's assistant, so she has zero interest in selling. But for you to get all 3 of your kids to help create this game, and this game is a game changer, everybody. So please, if you'll support one thing for me today, I would love you. Let me just type this in here. If you just go to www.houseguests, if I could type from hell.com, please order today. It's 50% off, everybody. So take advantage of it. Only $29.95 plus shipping is just unbelievable. So if you can do me a big favor and go order one of those today, or order 5 and pass them out, I would super appreciate that. But maybe you could share some of your insight, bit of your story, but more of the insight and the wisdom. How do you still have this where you can get all your kids to work together on one project? Because to me, that's magical. So if you wouldn't mind taking a few minutes and sharing that would be awesome.
Well, I guess we recognize that each of us have our own talents, and so you bring those talents to the table. And me and Catherine were working on this game, and then Peter and Elizabeth were living in Texas. They were at at this horse place, because I actually have some horses and we do dressage. And so they were getting some training. And so they were gone. And so, but Catherine and I were working on this game and we got stuck and we really needed them to come home and help us get us out of this. So they came home and they unstuck. Catherine did all the art and the graphic design and all of that stuff, which was really hard because it's not computer generated. All the art was done. We have a Russian artist because Catherine went to school in Russia for 3 years, but we had a Russian artist that helped us do some of the line drawing, but she did all of the watercolor. And but Peter and Elizabeth worked on a lot of the grammar and a lot of the making it sound a little bit better. Where Peter, he had sort of the engineering aspect of trying to get it to where it flowed, the gameplay flowed a little bit better. So we all brought different parts to the table. And today we were working on a new game, and it's about, it's a card game, building breakfast. And so we were talking about all the different ways to build breakfast. And we had so much fun because some of us were thinking about, just the game features bacon. So it's all about bacon and what you can do with bacon. I love bacon. And so, you can have tofu bacon, you can have plant-based bacon, all kinds of stuff. So it's just how all of us kind of come together in the way that our brains work and how we have utilized our flaws and our talents, and we have kind of come together to do something productive with it. And so that's probably, I don't know if that answers your question very well, but you recognize your talents, you recognize your weaknesses, and you bring those to the table, and you leave your hostility at the door and just have fun. Just have fun.
But it's still, that's one thing to look at it, but it's still pretty amazing that you as the parent were able to bring them all together to work on a project. And then I think one of the magical things that people need to hear about is that they need to hear about the time it takes to have an idea and then make the idea come to fruition. Because a lot of people have great ideas, right? So I would love for you to also share. And everybody, please do me a favor. Go to houseguestsfromhell.com right now. Buy a game. Just send me a text that, hey, Bill, I bought the game. I'll send you a gift value to $200 today if you do it only today, not tomorrow, not next week, but today. We appreciate that. We want to get the game out everywhere. So if you know anybody that's in media that can get us on radio or TV to share this, do you have a picture of the game or a copy of the game? Could you hold up a copy of the game so you guys can see it? There you go. Yeah, right in the center. There you go. Perfect. Right there. Yes. Awesome. Nice. So everybody do me a favor and just, if you order one, you will love it. We'll talk about the game in a couple minutes, but the secret is that how did you go from, and how did you keep the team focused to go from idea to deliverable? Because that is a big challenge for almost all companies. They'll talk about something, they'll have this great idea, but they never actually bring their idea to market. So if you could just give me a couple of tips on how did you go from idea to bring it to market, and how did you stay focused to follow it through?
Well, you remember when we met, when Catherine and I came to one of your events, we had not placed the order for this game, and it was some money. We'd already done the IP work, so that's kind of the first place that you got to start. You've got to, you have to make sure that your business, you've established your business, and you have gotten, an either a corporation or a LLC or something with an EIN number. But then the next step is you've got to go to the lawyer and get your intellectual property patented or get copyright and trademark and all of that. So we did all of that and the gameplay worked. But remember when I came, Catherine and I came to see you the first time, all we had was prototypes. And so we were spending, you have to build your prototype and you have to try to make as good of a prototype as you possibly can. So we were able to do that because Catherine has a degree in graphic design. So we did all of that ourselves. And then, but the one of the main things is, does this game have a place in the market? Will the market support it? Is this a game, something that people actually want? Is it fun? Does it work for a wide variety of people, or is it very limited? Well, this game ends up being a wide variety of people can enjoy this. And we did not know that kids would actually enjoy this, because we're thinking, well, house guests, kids don't have house guests. I mean, they experience when their parents have a house guest, but it's the same thing with bullies at school. It could be, throw out your worst bullies at school. This game, you could substitute the name for house guests for bullies because it's the same kind of principle. But you've got to you've got to be really tenacious about pushing that through. But it took some, we tried to do a Kickstarter, but we did not have enough people. To do Kickstarter, you have to have a substantial following to get you over the, to get funded and to be successful. And if you're not, they say failed, and so it's bad. You get a black eye, and even if you don't deserve to have a black eye. So there's all kinds of little things that can trip you up. But I came to you guys and you said, yes, let's get this thing, publish it, get it published. Let's see if we can help you market it. And I came to you for marketing help.
Yeah. And the neat part about that is, though, that what most people do is they never get past step one. You made it very clear. Number one, we got our IP taken care of, right? So you got to hire good people to control your IP. And then, of course, you got to stay focused on the fact, let's bring it to market. And you set a date to bring it to market, and you showed up, and you've showed up every time, whether it's traveling around the country or going to live events or making phone calls. And that's big difference between those that talk about success and those that have success. So let's talk about the game now. So let's talk about, how does somebody play the game? Who's the game for? And of course, how do you win?
You win by being the first person to get rid of your house guest, of course. But I just want to say one little thing. Make sure that your legal work is good. Don't do it yourself. If you're going to make a lot of money, make sure that your legal entity, your corporation or your LLC are done correctly. Don't try to cheap on that. Anyway, so I'm not a lawyer, but I wanted to make sure if I made a lot of money that I wouldn't lose my business because of shoddy work by trying to do it yourself. I wouldn't do it yourself. I mean, if you have something that's valuable, you need to protect it. And that's probably worth borrowing money to get proper legal work done. Anyway, there's a lot of people. And also, I did not go to China. We had somebody that told us, do not go to China. They're going to rip you off. So we had to spend more money, had it done, published here in the United States. So how the game works is you get dilemmas every time you get you have a house guest. And this is one of our house guests. We have 30 of them. And this is Sue Lynn, and she lives to gamble. And she pawns your household items for quick cash to continue her vice. So you do not want her. So in every turn that you have, you draw one dilemma card, and you get two solutions. And so you're trying to figure out how to solve that. And like your guest, here's a dilemma. Your guest has started crying for unknown reasons. And then there's a hint that says, cheer them up. You have to figure out, okay, my Sue Lynn, she's depressed. And oh, look at this. I drew one of the solutions that I got is a disguise. And so I'm going to put the disguise on, and I'm going to make some jokes. And then Sue Lynn's going to not be quite so. So you have to figure out a scenario, and you present it to the rest of the players, and they vote. Does that solve the problem or does it not? And then you get to discard the dilemma, and you move on the board, and you're trying to get to the destinations that are located on the card. And then the first person to go to all three of the destinations that are on this card, then the first person to go to all three of them, you win. So, and it's a little difficult, but you roll the dice and you move all over the board, and people make up all kinds of crazy scenarios, and you have to learn how to sell your idea. You learn how to be very persuasive, and then you have to listen to what other people are saying, and you have to hear what they're saying. So it's this give and take, and you've got to negotiate. You have to learn. That's why this works in a business, because you learn negotiation skills. It works in a family because sometimes kids, there's a bossy one, and then there's sort of a wallflower one. And the one that's a little more reticent, it gives them a chance for their voice to be heard of how to solve their problems. Like, here's another one. The canine assassin. You discover that your guest has been kicking your dog when you are not looking. How horrendous is that? Bad. So you've got to figure out, okay, what am I going to do to solve that? So you've got to just come up with, oh, look, I have an action card and it says catch something. So I'm going to say, well, I'm going to catch them in the act of kicking my dog. And then it's curtains for you. Stop it. I'm going to catch you. You're out of here if you kick my dog. So then everybody votes. Is that a good reason to discard that? Does that solve the problem? Yes, it solves the problem. Okay, then there you go. So you move on and everybody does the same thing. It's just fun. Lots of fun.
Well, I've already seen it. I've already seen the fun because we played this game at a number of our events. And if you go to YouTube and just type in House Guests from Hell and Powerteam, you'll see people having a lot of fun playing this game. But at the end of the day, you got to order it, right? You got to order it and you got to play it. And if you're quarantined with your family, this is not to have people over right now. This is with your family you're quarantined with. Get the game out, because everyone needs more laughter in life. I still believe laughter is one of the greatest medicines out there. And I just can tell you this, that there's even more coming. They have more games coming too, just so you know. The Pritchett's are never on the slow down move. They're always doing new stuff. And I seen one of the boards. The game board is like 4 times the size of a regular game board. It's pretty crazy. But it'll be a 3D adventure coming out. But right now, if you could do us a big favor and just go get a copy of the game, be much appreciated, and maybe share it. Please share that link. You can share that link for the next couple weeks until this is over. Then the price will go back to like $49 or $59 plus shipping. But right now, you can get it for this special price. So I would highly take advantage of it. Shelly, any last words of wisdom you want to share before I let you go? And thanks for jumping on today. I know you got a lot going on, but I appreciate you taking the time.
Yes, it's fun. People get depressed. We get kind of, antsy. We want to go somewhere. We want to go to the mall. We want to do something. We want to just not be stuck in our house. We're sick of it. But we hang in there, we just roll with the punches, and this is going to be over. Start a new hobby. Learn to dance. And
a little laughter certainly helps you get through the challenge. So listen, I'll let you go. Go ahead. What's the last one? What's that?
Play the game.
Play the game every day. You'll laugh more, and then time will go by a whole lot faster. Listen, I'll let you go. I appreciate you. Thanks so much. Tell the kids I said hello.
Bye.
See you soon. We'll bring Michael on here somewhere. Michael, go ahead. You coming on here somewhere?
Yes, I am. I was just pulling the trigger.
I'm going to let you take it over and bring on Dr. Bob and get rocking on how to write your book and sell 1 million copies. So get ready, everybody.
All right, here we go. Thank you, Bill. And Shelly, that was great. The game, I saw the game played at many different events, and they have had more fun with that game. I mean, it's great. You have all these tables. We had 5 people at one, 6 at another, and they're laughing and they're enjoying and they're having a great time, but they're learning and they're working together. And it's such a great team builder, right? To play and to laugh together makes such a big difference when it comes to building teams, to heighten their state. I know Dr. Bob knows all about that, but it's, when you heighten people's state, they work so much, it's just so much better today. So get the game today. www.houseguestsfromhell.com. 50%, off. This is the day to get it. And again, get it not only for you, but get it for your teams. Get it for the people you work with. And it is just hysterically fun. So that was awesome. So thank you, too. And thank you, Shelly. And thank you for that. Wow, I cannot believe we are diving deep now. Our next speaker, there's a lot of things I could say. I've seen him on many stages. I've seen him talk to many different groups. I've got a bio sitting right in front of here, and I'm going to read some of it. But it is when somebody has sold, or there's 5 million of anything out there, you want to listen up. When you know the people that he's worked with and how he's going to move you to that next level, you want to listen. And he's serious about what he does. He's serious about helping business get to that next level. And it's funny, Siri just ticked off my phone. She thought I was talking to her. So here we go. First of all, get ready to give a big round of applause when I bring him up. I'm watching him get set and ready when he's settled in. Okay, awesome. Dr. Bob Nelson is the world's leading authority on employee recognition, motivation, and engagement. He's president of Nelson Motivation, a management training and consulting company specializing in helping organizations improve management practices, programs, and systems. He's consulted with 80% of the Fortune 500, presented on 6 continents, executive coach and strategies for HR issues. He's worked with small businesses, large businesses. He's been a business coach for some of the top on the planet. He's reached #1 recognition and rewards in HR Tech Outlook. He's a senior fellow at the Human Capital, the Conference Board. Let me tell you, this is actually pretty stunning stuff. He's a top global engagement influencer. It just goes on. And he's written over 800 articles and columns, writes a blog for the Conference Board Incentive Magazine, appears exclusively nationally in national media like New York Times, 60 Minutes, CNN, MSNBC, PBS, NPR, The Wall Street Journal. Should I keep going? Without any further ado, there is nothing else you need to know. Let's give a big, huge standing ovation for Mr. Bob Nelson.
Hey, Michael, thank you so much. What a pleasure to be with you electronically here. And for your guests, it's always a joy to be a part of a Bill Walsh program. Let me tell you, the man is got the goods, has the connections, has the expertise. I learn something from him every time I hear him speak. And so glad to reconnect again. Hope you're doing well as well, Michael. Hope everyone's safe there.
We are.
So I as Michael indicated, and sorry for such a long bio, but I have spent my career creating a niche. You know, niche is rich, and my niche is in helping companies have more motivated employees. I did my doctoral work in that area. I've had the pleasure of working with over 80% of the Fortune 500. I just finished a project with the United Nations, and just love every bit of it. But I gotta tell you, my journey all started some 25 years ago when I decided to write a book, and that book came out. I got a copy here. If you 1,001 Ways to Reward Employees. Just a simple idea. Ever have an idea in your car and you say, I got to do this? And I had this idea as in a class in graduate school, and on the way home, I had the idea to do this book. I got home and I typed out a letter to a New York publisher that I'd heard of. I never met, and just thought this was a book would work for them. And spent 2 weeks trying to get the person on the phone, and finally, when I did, he his assistant said, "Would you talk to this guy? He keeps calling." And he picked up the phone and said, "What do you want?" And the person was Peter Workman. He's the publisher of Workman Publishing. And I said, "I wrote you a letter," and he cut me off because. We're not going to respond to a letter from you. You know, if you have a book that you want to do, you have to put down in a proposal why the world needs this book, and why you're the only person who could possibly do it well, and we're the only publisher that could get it right. And as he's hanging up the phone, he said, "And by the way, we get 10,000 proposals a year, and we publish 24 books a year." And he hung up. And it was like, okay, then game on. And I got hunkered down on, well, what's it take to do a proposal? And I did that, and within a month I got back to him, and I got an agent lined up. In fact, truth be known, I reconnected with him, and I copied the agent. I didn't, people from, well, you got to have an agent go through the agent. And I copied the agent. I'm making the sale here, and I'll involve the agent along the way. And next time I spoke to Peter, it was face to face in his office in New York, and he did this book, and it just went into its 64th printing has sold over 2 million copies. And along the way, I became a speaker. Along the way, I became a consultant. Along the way, I became a coach. And none of it would happen without the book to begin with. I've since have done 30 other books. They're like your children. Each one of them has a message. Each one of them I'm passionate about. Each one of them is an extension of me, and my values and my beliefs and my research. And each one of them is highly usable, practical, positive for those that get it. And as a result, I'm honored to say I've sold over 5 million copies of my cumulative copies of my book, and there's not a day goes by that I don't sell books, often in bulk, and I don't speak on the topics of my books, often selling the books with them, et cetera, et cetera. And it's defined my career, and it's been a joy and a pleasure. And along the way, someone said, "Oh man," because I tend to help anyone I can, really in any way. But when they have a idea for a book, I have a special spot in my heart to help other people that have an idea that they think could define them in their life and their career, and I try to help them. And along the way, God bless him, Bill Walsh said, "Bob, you got too much. You're too big to play small. You gotta share what you've got for people, so they can follow this path and do that for you." So I went from informally chatting with people over the years to I hunkered down and said, "Well, okay, then let me really lay it out what it takes to create and market a million copy best-selling book." And that's what I have to offer. Again, wouldn't have happened without Bill. He said, "You're successful, you're comfortable," and he kind of pushed me out of my comfort zone and said, "Do something you haven't done, and organize this material that you know, the content you know, and offer it to others." And that's what I have to offer today. I've got an 8-week webinar series that represents actually 12 hours of instruction, discussion of me about the concepts, with some live people that are in the process themselves. And I've offering that today for those that are interested in finding the path that can set them in a new direction, that they have a message to share with the world, and if along the way it leads to opportunity and money and fame, all the power to you. It's theirs for you, for the taking. I've been on most major media, from CBS 60 Minutes to CNN to PBS to all the networks. I've done thousands of TV and radio interviews, and constantly write about the topics that are featured in my books. So, in a nutshell, I know we just have a short time today. I just want to give you a quick whirlwind tour of what you would get in this webinar series, if you're so inclined to, if you're ready to start your journey, to stop talking about and thinking about what if you had a book and actually made it happen. Because I in this process guide you through the steps, and it's I've got the content that you can view, but then I also include coaching sessions, one-on-one, you and me, where we talk about your idea, and I give you my honest feedback, and I give you pros and cons of the different approaches and steps you're in, and to help get you through the process successfully, so that you can get on with creating the future you're meant to do. So just real quickly then, I just want to discuss these sessions, so you know specifically what you'll get. So the first session is around motivation, why I write books, why you want to write a book. And this is an important session, because you have to stop and frame and assess what is it you're trying to do. What are you trying to? What's the end goal of what you're after? Because to get clear on that, gets clear on your motivations, which are important for you to tap into on the process. I actually got hung up on this for myself when I went to do my first book, and I was kind of torn because it was like, well, was I doing this just to make money? Was I kind of had ethics a challenge where were my intentions pure? Did I did want to help people, but did I want to make money too? Is that conflicting? And took me a while to work through that, to say, you know what, it's okay to make money. It's okay, especially if you're helping someone. You deserve to make money. And I ultimately came through with that yes, I do make money, and I've made a lot of money from book sales, and I've made a lot of money from speaking as well on those books. I've in some years I've made over $1 million speaking, and even in and have ongoing royalties on all my books now. And then I also sell them as well in bulk, and so it's a steady flow of revenue on different levels, and they all support each other. So assessing your motivations is where it starts. And then we're going to cover in session 2 basic questions about your book. What is the idea? And the first thing with any idea is has it been done? So my advice to any new author is to go try to find the book you want to do, because sometimes you go look and you find it. You go, oh, someone's done it already. Then it's going to be harder for you to do that book, or your book has to be different and better. So that's a baseline that you operate from. An important question up front, and if you want to be, whether you publish yourself or are published by another a publisher, and I've done it both ways successfully, you have to access what's your platform. So anyone you talk to about doing your book, the first question they ask is, what's your platform? What's your connections? Who are you a part of? Do you have followers? How many? Do you speak right now? Are you tied to media? What can leverage your success on this journey? And so we will discuss those, and we will find what your platform is. And you don't have to create it before you do the book. You can create it along the way. The third session is talking about the mechanics of getting published, and whether you should publish yourself or do it through someone else. And do you need an agent or not? And again, I've done it both ways, and both ways successfully. And there's pros and cons of each ways. Sometimes by publishing it yourself, you have more control and you can make more per copy. It's a relatively low cost to have a book printed, often a few dollars. And if you're selling the book for, say, $20, that gives you a lot more margin and in profit than if you're doing it through a publisher where you might get 10 or 15% royalties. And so that's a big difference. You have more control. Now, what you may not have that the publisher does have is distribution, and they already have connections and foreign translations and stuff like that. So, and you can do maybe even both ways, which I like to do, which is have a publisher, but then negotiate terms that in which you're getting copies of your own book as though they were self-published. Now you could be selling it, and they could be selling it as well, and between the two of you have more success. So we'll get into all those details on session 4. I call it Passion Prep: how to transition from being an author to a promoter, and what my journey was, and how to see an author is instead of just someone that is writing and does books, but you've got to be the point person for your message out there in the market, and that's a fun and exciting thing to do. And we'll talk about how to find the audience for your book, and how to leverage that audience in a systematic, sustained manner. That takes us to session 5, which is promotions prep, I call it, and looking at the book you have, examining it objectively as to what makes it newsworthy. How can you tie it to current events? How, for an example, right now we're in a coronavirus, right? So wouldn't you know, one of my books I did actually in 2009, right here. called Keeping Up in a Down Economy. Well, I dusted this book off, and now I've been doing sessions on this around the country. I've been doing keynotes for virtual conferences, and it's like the book just came out, because it's right now very timely. What the best companies do to get results in tough times, and so I wrapped it around the current events. And I'm moving a lot of these books. I just had to order a whole new boatload to accommodate the demand that I'm creating as I do webinars on the topic. And I have that same thing going with every book I've done. Each one has a different audience. Fortunately, a lot of them overlap. So when I go to a conference, for example, and I speak, at this point, I always have books sold in advance to everyone, and I will show you how to do that. And then often after I get one book sold for everyone, then I work on a second book sold for everyone, and then I bring all the books I have that I've authored, and I'll have and the conference is fine with that, and I give special pricing for day of event purchases, and I tell you, every time I do that, people walk up to the table, and here I've got books covering the entire table. How much for all of them? They want to buy the whole set. Create the Dr. Bob Library, have the sharing library at their company, and I love it. I love it every time. I love that I've got the work that can help them, and I love that they value that. They've heard what I've got on one of the topics, and they see what I'm about in terms of being from the heart, being practical, being 100% positive, and being things that can help them get better results with their employees, in whether it's a small company or a corporation. So in session 6, we will dig deep on how to get traction about your story and your marketing. And I could take any book, and in an instance, I could say, look at this. Who needs this book? And answer that. And where do you find those names? How do you compile those names? How do you market those names? And whether you do it or you hire that out for someone else to do it, someone has to drive the boat and have a plan. And as it works today in publishing, increasingly that plan is led by the author. This has been a drastic shift that's happened in less than a decade, really. That it used to be the publisher would do all that for the author. Now today, the author is expected to do it all. And many publishers even openly say, we're a printer. We'll print your book and tell us where to send them. We'll be glad to get them there on time. And they expect you to be leading the tip of the spear, if you will. And that's it's a place I enjoy being, because it's fun to have a passion that you believe in and a difference that you can make, and to have a book that will help people beyond what they just heard from you in person, a book that will extend your help with them, that will take it further than you could do in the amount of time that you're spending with them, as we are right now in just a few minutes. So session 6 will dig deep on your book, on your idea, and how to make the most of that along the way. Session 7 talks about getting started speaking about your book. So if you are a speaker, you already have a head start. If you're not a speaker, that's okay. That's okay. I'll tell you how to get into it, how to start. I know when I started, I initially did speaking for groups for free. And it wasn't until that I could see the value I was offering, and I honed my craft, that I started charging. And as I did, I kept charging more and more as you get better, and people want you to speak to larger groups. So that at this point now, for a corporation, I'll charge 15,000, 20,000 plus expenses, plus often request that they buy the books as well. And if they're unable to do that themselves, I will find them a sponsor that will do it for them. So and which seems kind of humorous, because I will have conferences book me, and they'll pay me a good fee, and we're all set to go, and say, hey, by the way, I've got a book that goes with this topic that I just know your people would love. Would you like to get some of those? Oh, we'd love to, but we're giving you the budget for speaking. I go, no problem. How how about if I make a few calls and see if I can find someone that will buy my book for all of your attendees? You could do that? Yes, I can. And I do it almost every time I speak, sometimes multiple sponsors. And I will show you how to do that, worth the price of admission just for any of these one things, and what my pecking order is for going down the list to find a way to move books every time I present. In the last session, we will wrap up with the journey of what it takes to become a bestseller, how to keep at this for often a number of years. And again, along the way, you're making money and you're making contacts and you're getting better known and you're doing media. But you got to be constantly swinging at the plate to get on base and to get a bestseller. And I'm talking about, the average book in America this year, true story, will sell 250 copies on average. So you got to go way, way beyond your friends and family and immediate connections to sell a book that sells even for a business book. If it's sold 20,000 copies, it's considered a bestseller. Now you take a business book that has sold 1 million copies. This one has sold 2 million copies, or 5 million copies. That's 7 sigma. It's way, way out on the extreme. And that doesn't happen by luck. It happens by focus and dedication. I will show you how to do that, how to make it work on an ongoing basis. And by the way, how to make the business of writing work for you, how to leverage it to your advantage in your tax situation, because it's not what you make, it's what you keep. And I know all the angles for how you can make this business work for you and your lifestyle that you want and the career that you want. That's what I have to offer. We have this package of this webinar series, these 8 webinars, 12 hours of instruction, combined with 3 one-on-one personal coaching sessions with you for 90 minutes each. So often people do it at the start, and then they work through the sessions, and then in the middle, checking in questions, that type of thing. And then if they get to the point where they've got their arms around the topic and they're on the process to get it published, then we'll drill down on now how to get it out there. Writing a book is a great event, a great success, but it's not even half the story. You can have the best book in the world, if no one's heard of it, it's not going anywhere, and you're not going to make money or get any leverage in your career. So you've got to be the point person on the book that you have. And this is what I have. Someone asked me a few weeks ago, what's my superpower? I said, it's selling books. I know how to do it. I love doing it. I know how to show other people to do it. And so if you join me on this venture, we'll do that together. And we have this price at a special price here to help out Bill. He said, make it something that's doable. So for $497, you get all of that. You get 12 hours of instructions and 8 webcasts, along with 3 coaching sessions with me, one-on-one for 90 minutes. So it's an incredible amount of value for a relatively small amount of money that you will find. We'll show you how to make that back 1,000 times over. That's what I have. I'm sticking to it, and I really hope you join me for your journey on my. You can sign up on my website.
We actually have a text option for you, Dr. Bob.
Oh,
we've got a text option. Yep. If everybody right now would like to text story to 26786, text story STORY to 26786. And I know so many out there, right? We've put people on stages and all around the world. And everybody says I'm going to write a book, and then they don't, and then they don't. And so
or they do, and the books are in boxes in their garage,
Right. And a lot of them. So for you also to have that individualized piece, because that's the piece that's missing so many times. Either I don't ever get it written, and I need somebody to be very individual with me, or I get it written, I don't even know what to do. So
Yes.
what you've done is
Michael,
you've
I can
put the
tell
whole
you,
sequence.
for the people that work with me, I zero in on those parts of the process where they're stuck or they're undecided, and I help them get through that. I help them make the choices to get the right decision to keep them moving forward. So that you will not be hung up in the process. You'll get the book done, and you'll be on the road to getting it out and leading the charge to make it a bestseller.
That's right. No, this is, Dr. Bob, thank you so much for being on. This has been phenomenal because there's so many people that want to get this done, and they don't, let's be honest, people say, I will get this done. And the way you do it is work with somebody who's been there, who's done it, who will get to your message, and
Yes.
and you've had the success. You see what the success is like, so you can also help build the dream on that side of where this really can be because you've been there.
Yes, and the highs and the lows, and how to maximize the highs and minimize the lows, and get through those. And you've got to go, at most people have never even met an author, let alone. So if you find that you're trying to make this happen by talking to your spouse or your friends, that's going to be some encouragement, but they haven't been there. And I wish so much that I had this opportunity when I was starting off to be able to talk with someone and say, okay, here's what I'm stuck on. Here's what I'm trying to decide. And to have them talk that through with me and work it out, whether it's the book itself and getting it's done, or now what's the best way to reach my audience. So I love doing this. Probably my biggest passions in life is helping other people become successful authors. And I would love working with you all to make you one of those.
Awesome. Everybody give a huge thunderous round of applause to Dr. Bob.
Thank
you, Bob, so much for being with us today.
Thank you,
You're
Michael.
You're welcome. All right, have a great day.
Bill, the master, I call him. Thank you, Bill.
Oh, I agree. I agree. Thank you, Bill. All right, Dr. Bob, we'll see you soon.
Very good. Thank you.
It's to write a book again becomes so part of so much of who you are. It's part of your legacy. And he'll also show you, as you said, with all 8 steps. And he's walking side by side with you. Not going to do the work for you, but he'll make sure that you get it done. And that's a critical piece. So text story to 26786. Do it right now. Don't wait. There's nothing to lose here, but text story to 26786 right now. This is the time to do it. We're going to leave that up for a minute. We're going to take a quick stretch break. Everybody put your arms in the air. You go. See, if I say go left, that means I have to go right. So everybody go left, right? Of course, this is reverse camera, so I got to figure this out. Everybody go right. All right, fantastic. I see the speakers down there. All right, awesome. All right, our next speaker, what's amazing is, writing a book is a big part of anything that you do. And most people don't even know how to do it, and they don't know how to position and use it, which is what Dr. Bob will do for you. So make sure you text story to 26786. Text story to 26786. After our next couple speakers, I'm going to tell you a little bit about how to work with us. And we still have an amazing day coming up. If you look at what do we have, I mean, we have just, if you think of it, just begun. You're going to hear about, you're going to hear amazing in a minute. Really, somebody who has been on TV and shows, and what he's done is just the information's phenomenal. You're going to hear about social media and internet marketing. You're going to hear about branding, artificial intelligence, and working with a virtual assistant, how to finance and capitalize, and then we're going to go into the master himself. So we got people to go, things to do, and we are going to fly high. So here we go. I'm just going to pull this down. If you want to work with Dr. Bob now, text story to 26786. Text story to 26786. All right, our next speaker, I see him smiling down there, which is awesome to always see. There we go. Mr. Jeff Levine, a frequent guest at TV and radio shows, and appeared in Kipling and Family Circle magazine. He has co-authored 8 books. I can do the math. 8, right? 8. There we go. 8 books. See, this is how we do it when we work from home. 8 books, including Off the Radar and The Millionaire Frequency. Also wrote a column for the Albany, New York Business Review for 17 years. It's been featured in several documentaries, and he is the executive producer and feature member of the cast in a new documentary called Beyond the Secret, The Awakening. Jeff has been on stages. He's spoken around the world. He's brilliant at what he does. He will hold you accountable to moving your business to the next level. Please give a big, huge standing ovation to Mr. Jeff Levine.
Well, thank you, Michael. I appreciate that and what you're doing for Powerteam. We appreciate you, and Bill and Jen and Cheryl is my sort of favorite. She's been helping me on many things, and she is unbelievable. And thank you for everybody being there.
You're welcome. Have a great time.
Thank you. And we are just in a challenging time, and I'm going to put some good light into it. I just want to share my story first. I came from Albany, New York, and my parents, my father was a newspaper writer, and my mother was a school teacher, and my father worked extra jobs, and it was still very tight. It seemed like we spent more than we made. And the first time I found that was when I went to the dentist when I was about 15. I had some challenges with clenching my teeth at night. And we went to the dentist, and the dentist realized that. It was pretty obvious to him, and told my parents that I needed a retainer. And when the dentist quoted my parents, they said, "We cannot afford it." And I was shocked. Here I was, a person in great pain. The retainer would help it a lot, and my parents couldn't afford it. I was distraught. I had always been going to my neighbor, who was an attorney, Friday nights for many years, and he always invited me to go with him to court. And up until that time, it didn't mean anything. But as soon as my parents told me no, I realized that that will never happen to me again. So I used to go to court with him, and I loved it. It was a whole different world as a student. And I saw what he did for people, and I said it's something I want to do. So I finished high school, went to college, and went to law school and applied for jobs. And nobody was hiring. And it was a time when, similar to this, maybe not as bad, but it was a recessionary time and nobody was hiring. So I went back to school for another year to become a tax lawyer. And I love learning about the tax law because every year in our household, my father owed money in taxes. And the challenge was he never understood it. And year after year, he went to the bank and had to get a loan. And then it came a point where he couldn't pay back the loan. So I couldn't wait to get through tax law and help him with his taxes. And unbelievably, the year I graduated, he gets audited by the IRS. He wasn't happy, but I was all ready for them. And I took care of the audit, and we had a no change letter. And believe it or not, they even gave him a refund because we had some deductions that he was too scared to take that were totally legal because he always feared an audit. And also I helped him take care of his taxes so he never owed in April. He always received a nice refund. He still never understood what I did, but knowledge is power, especially when you use it. So the challenge that most people have is they end up working longer and longer, sometimes into their 60s and 70s, because they really were never educated on how to do it right. a lot of people just don't know a lot about financial literacy. They're good at what they do in their job. They specialize in their job, but financial literacy and tax law can make a difference in your retirement. And there are three things that I do for people to make a big difference. I was a former tax attorney and certified financial planner for 35 years. And the biggest challenge everybody had is, do I have enough money? But the question they never asked, will it last? So let me share a couple techniques. I think the biggest thing when I look at charts of where people's money goes to, maybe the biggest amount of money is their taxes. And what they usually do is every April, they go and get their receipts. They can't wait to get it done. And they see their accountant and they pray they're going to get a refund. And if they don't get a refund and no money, many times they don't have it. And they could have been in my father's situation. So what I recommend to people, and what I did for years, is I was a tax planner. That's somebody who works with a client from April 15th to December 15th. An accountant is the one that does your taxes from January to April 15th, or now this year, July 15th. And what I did is that tax projection, we would take 3/4 of a year, say October, we look at what happened the first 3/4 of the year and what we project out to be the next quarter. And what we did is did that tax projection. So every client knew whether they were going to get a refund or whether they were going to get to owe money. And the bottom line is, with my training as a tax planner, we could save thousands and thousands of dollars in taxes for that person because we were planning. And that's the whole key, is you have to have a plan. Now, I also had somebody call me who, I had a radio show and a TV show, and I wrote a column for the local business paper, who had heard me, watched me, and read about me, and called me at 5:03 one night. I'll never forget the call. He said, "Jeff, you don't know who I am, but I just came from my accountant." And he wasn't even there. They left it in the lobby. And I owed $90,000 in taxes and $22,500 in estimated taxes. And he said, "I don't have the money." He could hardly speak. He was crying and miserable. We don't want anybody to be like that. We want people to know what they owe and to plan to owe less. Also, planning for early retirement. As I said before, many people owe money or actually retire into their late 60s and 70s, especially when they come into a situation like this. They see their investments drop substantially. Their income could be dropping. They may not have a job. All of a sudden, things have changed overnight. So what we do in my practice is help people grow money in a very tax efficient way, and also take money out when they retire so they will have enough money to live in a very tax favored way. The great news about this is when you do it this way you take a lot less risk than the stock market. And you don't have to worry about these big downturns. You are going to have a lot more money in retirement, and you will be able to retire early. And lastly, one of the things with all my clients is they have a business. And
Hey, Jeff, one thing just really quick. Does your headset have two sides to it?
is my what?
Your headset. Which microphone are you using? It's just a little hard to hear you.
Oh, okay.
There we go. Better now.
Okay, I'll get closer. Thank you. And one of the biggest things I had, all my clients had businesses. And when they have businesses and they want to retire, they will face one of their top tax bills of any time in their life. So many times when you're told what you owe in taxes, when you sell your business that you may have had 20, 30, 40 years, you say, oh my God, I don't want to sell it, or I'll stay on a couple more years. But one of the fortunate things that I've been able to do in my practice is study the tax law and give people options. And it's, of course, depending on the circumstances.
Hey, Jeff, just quick. It's just a little hard. It's okay to hold the microphone and go ahead. You can move back. That's a perfect. You can move back a little bit. No, you don't want to be too close.
Okay.
So you want to move back. No, move back. Move back. You want to move back a little bit. Fantastic. And then just hold the microphone right by your mouth.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Michael, I appreciate your help.
You're welcome. But you want to move back because right now you're in the camera and your beautiful nose is so beautiful. But that's all we see.
I worked on that all day.
I know. It's good. All right. There you go. Continue.
All right. Thank you. And when they have these appreciated assets, and it could be real estate, it could be a business, and could be art, that there are a large tax potential consequences. So what I do with clients is we always sit down and we plan out the taxes. We do our projection in October and plan around it. There are many things you can do to reduce your taxes. And every time they make a new tax change in the law, there tends to be more opportunity. So just be aware, if somebody tells you when you sell your business or when you sell a piece of real estate, you owe substantial taxes, that may be the case, but the other case may be that you can reduce them substantially. And that's what I love to do for clients because it helps them have more money for retirement. And that difference in reducing taxes will make a big difference, especially with life expectancy. You know, we're living longer and we're healthier, and now even more healthier because we're doing things we're supposed to do to keep ourselves healthy. So I am so excited about that area. And also, you know, why I do this for people and why I studied so hard and spent 35 years in practice and doing it again is people need to know this information. We have tax law changes that have occurred recently that people don't even know have happened. My job is to be on top of that and share the strategies that many people don't know. Yeah,
hey, Jeff, I love you, buddy, but we're like seeing your nose. So you got to like move back a little bit, and then you see where the microphone's at on your wire there? There's a microphone on your headset.
Yes.
Move the microphone. Don't sit back, but there's a wire that's in your ear right now.
Yes.
So just hold the microphone. No, the other ear.
Okay.
The other ear. Take the microphone out and just talk into the microphone. But you can sit back.
There we go.
But you can sit back a little bit. Don't sit so close.
Is that better?
No, sit back a little bit. Get your face away from the computer screen.
I can't hear you.
Because your content is awesome. It's just, it's almost like this in the screen, you know, if you can see me. So just kind of sit back a little bit and then just wherever that headset's going to your ear, that should be a microphone attached to that headset. It looks like a microphone.
Right. It is. It is. Is this better?
No. Yeah, that's fine right there. But that's your earphone. But down a little bit lower on the wire should be the microphone.
Okay. Yep. I see that.
That sounds good. Just sit back a little bit. Yeah, but then sit back a little bit.
Okay.
There you go. That's good right there.
Okay. Thank you, Bill.
Finish up, buddy. Yeah, you're rocking.
Okay. So why I did this is my father ended up paying a lot of taxes. He had stocks that he purchased that were reinvested. He didn't know you pay taxes when you don't get the money from the stocks, and they never paid a dividend to him. They just kept reinvesting. So also other people, and that client of mine that I'll never forget with the 5 o'clock call, that how can anybody owe $90,000 and then estimated taxes without somebody telling them? So that's why I do it. I love the tax law and I love helping save people money. My biggest result was helping a client, an actual surgeon who came to me, and he was just the nicest client I ever had. And I helped him reduce taxes. He was always complaining that he paid too much. So we sat down one year, and when he received his return, he didn't owe any money and received a refund for every estimated tax payment he made. He was so scared that something was wrong after telling him that, no, the accountant did the tax return, it's fine, that he paid $5,000 just so he could sleep at night. So yes, the IRS is a big system. You have to follow the rules. You have to pay the taxes. But if you want to pay less taxes, go to ipowerteam.com/
Freedom.
And you can have the freedom of paying less taxes and taking that money you would have paid to the government and put it away for your future, so your future is much brighter.
Oh, I like it. You know, oh, you're welcome. And by the way, everybody, Jeff is actually somebody you want to work with. Go to ipowerteam.com/freedom. He'll make it. There's always that fear, and we always have that fear of, right, the fear of the big man in a way. And what Jeff will do is really take that fear away and put the honest reality of where you are, where you need to go, and help you move forward. And those are the people you want to work with. And Jeff, you're brilliant at that. So thank you again for being on. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you for being on. And so to work with Jeff, do it now. ipowerteam.com/freedom. You'll find all the speakers we had from the day. And Jeff, let's give you a big round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day, Jeff.
You too, Michael. And thank you for what you do.
You're welcome. All right. So to work within all of our speakers, and we've had speakers today, we've had Michelle, which really, again, talk about your habits and lining that up. We've had, Jeff, what he just talked about, and really not being fearful. We had Shelley with the game. That's amazing, by the way. House guest from hell. Dr. Bob Nelson, text story to 26786. Get your book done. Finally, get it done with somebody who's done it already. And more and more and more, and it just gets better and better and better. We're going to continue on in the flow, as we call it. And as this flow, it's about education. And next, we're going to jump into a subject that everybody knows, loves, and trusts. How's that? Is that the best way to say it? It's a subject of really creating that flow of, there's a feline, so I know you're ready to go because you're up. But it's a flow of, it's social media, it's the internet, it's what it's all about. We're all on, we're all there. So learn how to do it. You should be sharing this stream right now because we're about to rock the world from social media to the internet to funnels. You should be hosting on Twitch and having a great time. This next gentleman is the co-founder of Powerteam International. at a young age, independently wealthy. It's not about the money. It's how many people he helps and treats. He builds your funnel. He gets you on. He gets people looking at your site and actually buying. They can look at it all day long, but if they don't buy, it doesn't matter. He will tell you how to do it, the way to get it done. He will step with you step by step, but he will not do the work for you. Without any further ado, I've seen him on stages all around the world. He's brilliant. He's spoken with the best. He built funnels for Mark Victor Hansen and many more. Let's give it up for Mr. Austin Walsh.
Hey, what's up, brother? How are you?
Really good. How are you?
Good, man. Just, on standby as always. So here, ready and here to help. And seems like it's been a pretty productive and amazing day. And
you're amazing.
How's things going? Good?
Really good. Good stream. Good people. Look at my background. Does it get any better?
Yeah, we don't have that in Chicago yet. It's
sorry. All right, Austin, you're up.
Warmer, but not yet. So we'll see. We'll kind of see what happens, I guess. So anyway, how's everybody doing? Hope everyone's doing really well. That was a pretty awesome, amazing introduction. I couldn't really ask for much more. I think we're on quite a few weeks of quarantine here now, and hopefully as things are starting to return back to normal, you guys are all safe and healthy and doing well. And we've kind of gone over a bunch of different topics over the last few weeks, everything from funnel creation to selling stuff online, to Facebook ads, to resources, systems, tools, and you have all these different trainers every single week that are talking to you about this different stuff and teaching you different tools and tactics and things like that. And last week I really stressed about, if you caught it, I really stressed about how, it's great to train on all this stuff, but it's even better to take action and accountability and start doing some of these things. I think now is one of the best times that you can start to build some of these processes and systems out. And today, kind of what I want to talk about, or I guess go through per se, and obviously I haven't really talked about this before, but something different, is how you can actually, pick someone to work with, and someone or a company to work with, to actually take your game to the next level while during this is happening. I think it's great that, I think people now are reading more books than ever and are watching more seminars or online conferences and that kind of stuff more than ever. But as this goes on, there's a few different models, right? There's do it yourself and done for you, and then do it together. And I think at the end of the day, there's no better way to do it than to do things together. And I don't just mean like, personal development or building out your internet. I mean, maybe you want to get in better shape. Maybe you want to eat healthier. Maybe you want to, work on whatever it is that you want to work on. And this is probably a great time to do those types of things, right? Like you have weeks and weeks on end. And obviously it depends on where you're at. I know some states are opening up, and I know even if the states are opening up, it doesn't mean you personally are going out. It's all dependent on your personal preference. I'm going to stay away from that today. But I think now is a great time that, look, you have all of these experts just on a call like this today. Like if one of them resonates with you in such a powerful way that you should reach out to that person. You should send that person a text. You should subscribe to their, emails. You should figure out what it costs to hire to work with them. And especially if you're someone that has, some money to invest in yourself. And I don't mean invest in somebody else. I mean to invest in yourself. Now is the best time in the world to hire a coach. I mean, look, you have all these coaches now that are at home 24/7 that are, not 24/7, but at home a lot more than usual, and they can probably dedicate quite a bit of more time to you than they normally could. I know we've worked with a few people that are definitely getting a lot more time than they normally would be getting, just because, hey, we're here, we're around, we're available, and it's not like we're doing actual live events. We're doing everything online, so there's a lot more flexibility per se in the schedule, right? And so, I really want you to think about what is the thing that you need to up, right? Whether it's your internet, your finance, your personal, you're having challenges. Maybe you just got let go from a job and you want to start a business, whatever it is, figure out what that is and start to put a plan together, and then hire or work with or partner with the person that you think is going to be a total home run. And we've been working on for the last, I don't know, I want to say month, maybe almost 2 months now, a really cool new process that allows you guys to really up your game at a very low level cost, right? And I think we even free, I guess. And we created this thing that's been around for a while, but really we revamped this thing called Success Club. And the entire idea behind this was, if we could help people at a much lower cost and give them something that they could really take action on and use without having to spend any money or a lot of money, but they could get massive results from by just following the steps and going through the modules and the programs. What would that look like in a time right now? Because look, we know that people don't have tens of thousands of dollars to invest in themselves right now, right? They don't have $2,000 to invest in themselves. Some people don't even have $200, $500 to invest in themselves right now. So we wanted to create something that didn't cost anything, and then there was a premium version of it. And so we created this thing called Success Club 2020. Let me see if I can actually pull it up just so I can actually walk you guys through this, because it's pretty cool, and we've been working on it. So we've been working on it very hard since this started, and we're finally just ready to actually launch this thing, which is pretty sweet. Let me see if I can share. Okay, can I share this? Boom. Does that work? Does everyone see my screen now too? I don't know. Do you guys see my screen? Do you see my screen? Oh, yes, you see my screen now. So they see my screen, right? Yes, you do. Sweet. Okay. So we created this thing called successclub2020.com. And really the entire concept behind it was, because these online, these actual events aren't happening, here's kind of your real life events. I'm not saying the internet's not real life, but here's a place that you can come in and really learn about what are all the different trainings that you can have, and what are all these, what are all the tools and things you need to really succeed in your business, whether it's the online, whether it's personal development, whether it's getting a coach, whether it's working on your Facebook page, whether it's working on your online page, doesn't matter what it is. We've kind of walk you through all the stuff module by module. And on top of just having weekly calls, there's tons and tons and tons of content and software that allows you to kind of scale your business. And I just kind of want to show you the website. Obviously, you can go to it yourself at Success Club 2020. And we created really 2 levels, right, which I think is super, super cool. The first one's free. Like, you literally don't have to pay anything for it whatsoever. So I think free is always a pretty good model. And if you're someone that loves going through content and loves getting stuff for free, this is awesome for you. And this is on top of all these calls that we're doing. I mean, we're doing multiple calls every single week, but this is on top of all of that. You can get access to all this stuff for nothing. And the second level is the VIP, which allows so much more. There's a specialized call just for the Success Club members. You're getting tickets to live events, and I'm sure we're going to bonus a lot of tickets to live events once live events actually happen. You're getting, I mean, the free one has 40 lessons. The VIP one has 200 plus lessons. We'll have a private Facebook group going. There'll be so much in there, and it's only $100 a day, or sorry, not a day, $100. And it's something that allows you to really get a ton of information. Now, and if you want this, all you got to do is click the get free one today or the enroll today. And the reason I bring this up, we can take this page down. Let me see if I can cancel this. Hold on. How do I remove from stream? There we go. So the reason I got some questions. I'll get to those in a second. The reason I bring this stuff up is because I think at the end of the day, like, it's really hard to do all this stuff by yourself. Like, it doesn't matter how motivated you are. And so this allows you to become part of a group, part of a team that allows you to kind of sharpen your axe to a different level. And this has been stuff that's been created over the years that focuses on tons and tons of specialties and different niches, and allows you to really get a hell of a lot more out of the downtime that you have right now. And even if you think you're being the most productive person in the world, I promise you, being the most productive person in the world is nowhere in comparison when you're doing it by yourself compared to doing it with a team. And so for $100 or the free version, it's an absolutely amazing thing. I'm super excited about it. Like I said, we've been working on this for quite a while, and it's something that I wish we would have had it out, day one of Corona. Obviously, we didn't know Corona was coming. We were planning for a lot of other different stuff, or COVID-19 pandemic, whatever the hell you want to call it. But this is something that allows you to get access to thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars worth of training for literally $100, and or even a few $1,000s worth of training for free. Catchy Smile says, what do you think is the most investable skill at this time and for the next 5 to 10 years? I think probably the most investable skill at this time, it's tough, right? Like, it's really hard to know the next 5 to 10 years, because if you would have asked me that question like 4 or 5 months ago, I would say the most investable skill at this time is really learning how to be emotionally sound when you're completely alone for months at a time, like a lot of people are. Fortunately, I'm not, but that's something that you can work on, your emotional intelligence, I guess. And then for the next 5 to 10 years, it's really hard to know. What are things going to look like in 6 months, let alone 5 years? That's like 30% of my entire lifespan. So I'm not gonna take guesses. But when it comes to business standpoints, obviously I'm an internet guy, so I think the internet is probably something that you should really start to focus on and get good at, because it's not going away. Like, retail is becoming something that is a dinosaur compared to the internet, right? Like, I promise you, the amount of stores that will be open after this, and the amount of people that actually go, the amount of people that actually, I'm trying to remove this. Hold on, guys. Stop sharing. There we go. I think the amount of people that will actually go to work after this is all said and done, like a physical location, will be so much lower, because of the fact that, look, we're adjusting to doing everything at home. Like, we don't have to go to the actual office anymore, because people are just as effective as home. So why should we pay for all this office space? I think there will be a lot of big changes that come within the next 3 to 6 months. Obviously, there's already been some massive changes. But yeah, no, I think that's like a really, the internet's good. I think emotional intelligence is really important. Like, there's a lot of great books. There's a great book I read. I've read it twice now, EQ 2.0, which talks a lot about emotional intelligence and really understanding how some of that stuff works. The internet's huge. I think, being in good shape is important. Eating well is. There's so many things that are important, right? Like, investable skill, for a long time, I guess. Like, you got to make sure you're healthy, because if you're not healthy and you die, there's really nothing else to invest in, per se. Personal opinion, I guess. But yeah, we created Success Club 2020 to really make sure that you guys all have a place to go. I know there's people tuning in from all over the place, and this is a place that you can come and definitely feel in a family type environment, where you have access to a ton of content and resources and tools and softwares, and every single thing that you could potentially need to start, right, and to start to get some really good training on this stuff. So yeah, it's pretty sweet. I'm very excited about the launch. I'm very excited about some of the stuff coming out. This is the first time that we've really released it, per se. It's been mumbled about, but it hasn't really come out in full. So this is exciting. I know the team is really excited about it. And I'm sure we'll probably change the price at some point, but for now, during this pandemic, it's definitely our way of helping out at the free and a very low level paid minimum. So it's pretty awesome that don't die. It's true, right? Like, it's really hard to invest in stuff if you're not healthy and can't live a satisfying life, right? Like, super important. I think there's lots of other stuff, but most investable thing is obviously yourself. At the end of the day, you have to make sure you're investing in yourself consistently and constantly. And that's why you got to drink your Gatorade every day, right? Got to get your electrolytes in every single day. But yeah, I think it's really important to take care of those types of things first. If you guys have any questions whatsoever, fire away questions. I really just wanted to come in and talk about Success Club 2020 and how it's really important to get a mentor and someone to work with during this period of time. I think Powerteam's done an amazing questions down here. I don't see the questions down there. Let me try and find them. Are there questions on Twitch or StreamYard? Or if Few streams open. Hold on. Let me. Oh, yes.
Austin, the other one I get all the time, and then I got to talk to Jerry to try to get him on, is people don't understand. They don't get Twitch. They don't even get what it's for in the platform, because we stream on there and it's a great platform. Can you talk a little bit about it?
Yeah, I mean, Twitch is obviously something that's been around for a very, very long time. Originally it was a different site, and then they changed it. I mean, just imagine it's a place to stream live content, and it's probably, I would say right now, it's got to be the place where people spend more time than anything. And it was created initially for video games, and it's what people watch online video games at. I mean, if you just go to Twitch right now, I don't know, let's go look. You go to Twitch. I mean, there's multiple people with over 30,000 plus viewers right now on Twitch, and there's tons of different, talk shows and podcasts has 10,000 viewers. Just people just chatting has 263,000 viewers. Call of Duty's got 170,000 viewers, and it's a place where people can really go and talk about whatever they want to talk about, or stream whatever they want to stream. So it's definitely been started by the gaming community, and it's evolved into this thing. Like right now, the biggest section on Twitch, or one of the biggest, is just chatting, which is literally just people having conversations. So instead of a podcast, they just go live on Twitch. Instead of a radio show, they just go live on Twitch. And it costs you absolutely nothing. And it's a place where people can subscribe and follow your channel. You can build an audience up. Subscribing means you're getting paid $5 a month for every subscriber. It's like $3.45 or $3.50. Actually, Amazon takes their little cut. But it's a really great place that has a really cool technology that, like, we've been doing webinars for years, right? And paying tons and tons of money to do these webinars on these services, which we could have all done basically for free on Twitch. It's just that people in the business community don't know about the platform as much until, I would say, probably the last few months. And I'm sure Twitch is absolutely loving the growth that they've had since this has happened. It's an Amazon company now, like I said, so they're doing okay. What happens after 90 days? I'm 99% sure it's like $97 a month or something like that. But I know we haven't exactly decided. We just wanted to launch it first for the first 90 days, but we'll keep everyone updated. $97 a month afterwards, correct? So, and the content will be updated all the time. We'll always have new stuff in there. These calls will go in there. Everything will be kind of consistently and constantly updated, which will be pretty cool. But yeah, Twitch is awesome. Like, everyone should have a Twitch account, and then you can also use Twitch to stream yourself. And if you wanted to build an audience up on there, that's definitely a platform to do it right now. Like, if I go to just chatting right now, let's see. I mean, there's multiple people this guy that I know he's got 16,000 viewers, and he's probably at like 6,000 to 7,000 subs, which means he's getting, $30,000 to $40,000 a month just to go live on Twitch every single day. And obviously that's not easy. I know this guy's been working on it for years and years. Elon Musk was on Twitch earlier today. There's a lot of different people on Twitch, and you could totally be one of those people. And obviously quarantine is the big topic these days on Twitch. People are making drinks, people are doing workouts, people are doing all this different stuff on Twitch, which is pretty sweet. It's definitely a cool platform that's really, really simple to use. So you should definitely sign up on Twitch too. Get an account on Twitch, go check it out. Lots of interesting stuff on there all day long. Michael, do you need help at all with getting him on?
No, good. We got him on. I did it.
Awesome. I love that.
I'm tech support. I can do anything. So Austin, thank you so much. And the Success Club is brilliant. I know where it was from, and I know what it was going to be, and I'm very excited.
Yeah, it's awesome.
So
people are going to love it.
I think it is just
for $100, guys. It'll be the best investment you made during this. Unless it's like a health related thing, this will be the best investment you've made for your business for sure. So go to successclub2020.com. Go check it out. Sign up for free or sign up for $97. You'll absolutely dig it.
It is just the best. So, all right, Austin, thank you so much.
Hey, everybody. Have a great.
All right, I'll talk to you soon.
Yep. Bye.
All right, fantastic. I'm about to open the next speaker, and actually, as my granddaughter comes out here, just wants me to open a little bag up. There you go. See, you got to multitask. our, Success Club, just join it. Just this is the kind of thing where don't question, right? For what it is, for the months, you're part of this big team. You're part of everything that we are. You're getting mentored, educated, and we're there for you. And that's all that counts. So successclub2020.com, get on right now. Go ahead and do it. I'll give you guys a minute. Go ahead. Good. Okay, good. That's it. You got it done. All right. We'll talk about it more later too, of course. Now, without any further ado, we're about to start rocking the world. The world is going to jump up and down, sing and dance. When it comes to this next gentleman, I put him on stages around the world. He's really comes from a huge branding background. I'm going to tell you a little of his bio. We're going to make it official. Jerry Foster, the big branding guy, is a highly accomplished brand strategist, hailed affectionately as the branding evangelist. You'll see why. Jerry is the creator of the Big Brand Formula, which shows small businesses owners how to create a big brand and a strong message that sells so you can excite, delight, and ignite your market, making it easier to get new customers. Without any further ado, let's give it up for Mr. Jerry Foster.
Hey, Michael, how you doing, buddy? Man, I am hyena happy and peacock proud to be here today to talk about something that's dear and important, and that's your brand. And I recently read that today there are around 1.7 billion websites in the World Wide Web. Isn't that crazy? And so therefore, cutting through that noise and attracting the attention of your target audience gets harder and harder by the day. In fact, for so many small business owners, regardless of whether or not you offer widgets or skill sets or whatever, it seems as if you're invisible. And then on top of that, Michael, if you're fortunate enough to get someone's attention, you have to retain it, build trust, and somehow get that person to become your customer. So what we're finding is that being average and mediocre is no longer an option. You need to be an inch wide and a mile deep in your brand, because in order to have any kind of sustainable, profitable business, you must, write this down, articulate the unique capabilities of your brand so that you can then drive customer engagement, increase sales opportunities, and so on and so forth. And so at the root of that is being able to offer something that the world can fall in love with that they've never seen before. Now, like Mike said, I've been in this business for a long time. I was at a networking event about 20 years ago or so, 300 people in the room. They said, stand up if you're in the same field that you majored in college. And I stood up with 2 people. My educational background is USC, 2 degrees, bachelor's degree, MBA degrees, both in marketing with deep study in branding. Came out of business school, went to work for Procter & Gamble, who wrote the book on branding. I was a big branding guy there. Started my full-time brand development and training company in 1985. This is my 35th year. Now, I know it looks like I started it when I was 10 years old with a lemonade stand, but that's okay. I'll take your compliments. The bottom line is this. I read an article which said that the average American changes their job 10 to 15 times in a lifetime. I've never done anything else but this. I love what I do. I do what I love, and I do it the way I want to do it. And I've had the privilege of helping over 100,000 small businesses from over 600 different industries with their branding over the years. So what I thought we would do today in our short time together is give you some nitty-gritty stuff that you can use right now to scale up, level up, expand, have more impact. Number 1, write this down. Make sure that you adhere to what's called the golden triangle. So whatever your goals may be, draw a triangle on a sheet of paper, and at the top of the triangle, write the word brand. Lower left-hand corner, write the word market. Lower right-hand corner, write the word sell. And that's your action sequence. Brand, market, sell. In other words, nail down your brand and then market and sell the heck out of it. Now, how do I separate the 3? The job of branding is to differentiate you. The job of marketing is to get people to notice that difference. And the job of selling is to get people to pay for that difference. You missed it. Let me give it to you again. In branding, you want to set yourself apart. You want people to know that you've got something that they've been looking for and nobody else has it but you. And the job of marketing is to bring attention to you, to get people to see that you have something special to offer. And then the job of selling is to get people to pay for it. Another way to think of this is that the job of branding is to get you known, marketing will get you found, and selling will get you paid. Did you get that? Branding's job is to get you known. And then marketing is to what? Drive traffic, drive leads and prospects, and then the conversions occur in selling. And so once that's done, then you want to make sure, this is tip number 2, that you've got your brand architecture in place. See, there's 4 phases to brand development. Again, if you want to expand, if you're looking to have more impact, phase 1 is to make sure that your brand architecture is in place, which means that you have strategically pulled together all the key elements that make up what's called a standalone brand. Because nowadays, if you're not standing out, you're blending in. And so therefore, you want to make sure that your foundation is in place, a multi-layered, strategically designed branding foundation that you can then build out from, so that at the end of the day, you can say the right things the right way to the right people. And now the technical term for this is your brand strategy. Your brand strategy has to be developed in phase 1 so that you can then go to phase 2, which is what? Brand building. So this is like home construction, everyone. The first thing you would do if you were building a house is what? You'd have an architect create a blueprint, and then that blueprint goes to a builder in phase 2. And what does that builder do? That builder is going to bring in the contractors, right? The plumbers, the electricians, the carpenters, and the rest to build a house. It's the same thing in my universe. Once that brand is nailed down in phase 1, then you build it out in phase 2. And so my version of those subcontractors, the plumbers, electricians, and the rest would be your marketing people. Someone to do your website, put together your social media campaign, your podcasting, your online marketing, whatever it may be. But their work in phase 2 has to be anchored in the branding in phase 1 so that you have what's called brand synergy. Very important. And then once their creative development work is done, that's rooted in phase 1, then you go to phase 3, which is brand implementation. So now you're out there getting leads and conversions, making more money. However, the branding allows the marketing to be more effective, because then you're going to require fewer impressions to get the results that you're looking for. And so $1 works like $5, and you get a higher rate of return on your marketing investment. And then you go to phase 4, which is brand management. So you're moving from brand architecture, the foundational work in phase 1, to brand building in phase 2, to brand implementation, phase 3, to brand management. Now, why is that significant? One of the reasons I'm sharing this is that one of the major problems today for so many small business owners across all industries is that everybody wants to get to phase 3 as quickly as they can. You know the conversation. Money needs to be made and bills have to be paid. And they fail to recognize that if you're marketing and selling a brand as opposed to services or product, you're going to have a lot more success, because you're rooting your marketing in what? The DNA of your brand that allows you to be write this down, a standalone brand. But then so many people think they have a brand because they got a logo, or they've got fancy colors and graphic images and a book and a website. I'm branded. No, that's brand image. That alone does not give you a whole brand. And so therefore, a brand is more than a logo. It's not that simple. I was speaking somewhere not long ago, Michael, and I was telling the audience, for those of you who have a hard time grasping that a brand is more than a logo, let's take Coke and Pepsi. I doubt if the Coca-Cola users prefer Coke because it's in a red can, and the Pepsi people because it's in a blue can. It's what's inside the can that counts. So my question to all of you is, what's inside your can? What do you put it out into the market that people are going to want to purchase? So next tip is this: make sure that your brand is rooted in your purpose, your brand purpose, which means that you want to have the kind of message, declaration to your community, to the world. I want people to be inspired by you. See yourself as a leader in your space. Let people see what you have immersed your life into. That's something significant. That is the calling on your life through the work that you are doing, so that you can flag that. People are inspired by you, You put it on the back of your business card. You flag it on your marketing platforms, your website, social media, whatever. And then people are going to want to drink from your fountain. And then all the other legs of your brand have to be an extension of that so that your brand's in the best position to do what you need it to do. So this is the whole thing of making sure that people see you as someone who has a purpose, a calling on your life. For whatever your beliefs may be, spiritual, religious, whoever your God is, let them see your heart and let them connect with you on a personal level. And then the next tip is this: make sure that your brand is swimming in what's called unoccupied market space. What does that mean? It simply means that you have to offer something your customers value that your competitors don't provide. So this is called swimming in what's called your blue ocean. You may have heard that before. You want people to come across your website, your social media platforms, whatever platforms you're using, and they have to see they can get something from you that they cannot get anywhere else. Because if people feel that there's somebody else that they can Google or come across through social media or whatever, and they appear similar to you, they put you in what's called red ocean. So now they're labeling you as a commodity. They see you as being generic. And so your goal, of course, is to be what? A standalone, one-of-a-kind brand by making sure that you stake your claim, plant your flag in unoccupied market space that no one in your space, your industry, your category, your expertise is offering. And here's what's so incredible about this. We've got folks now that are creating multi-million-dollar brands within 12 months to 2 years. Young folks, millennials even, and you wonder, how are they doing that? Because they found that unoccupied market space. So what I'm asking you to do right now is to ask yourself this question strategically. In your field, your category, whatever word you want to use, where's the void? What are people looking for from someone like you that they presently cannot find? Ask yourself, what can I say to my ideal customer that allows you to say, I know you've been looking for A, B, and C from someone like me, and you've been settling for D, E, and F. Guess what? I've got the A, B, and C you've been looking for. And you can only get it from me. So the point I'm making here is to ask yourself, gosh, what's missing in your market? What if you were known for something that the world has never heard or seen before? Fred Smith asked that question. He said, what if I told the world I could get their mail to them the next day and I created Federal Express? Howard Schultz, what if I sold coffee and cream and sugar like the Italians serve up espresso in Italy? What if I did that in America and called it Starbucks? What if? And see, I can give you examples by examples of big branders, no different than you, who understood that the name of the game today is to offer something that allows you to say, write this down, I'm different and I'm better than whoever or whatever you're going to compare me to. Because the reality is that when you are talking to any kind of prospect, and when I say talking, connecting with, all they want to know is, how are you better? How are you different? Why are you better? How are you different? Why are you better? How are you different? Why are you better? And so therefore, you've got to say something that is fresh, unique, and original. See, before the internet, back in the day, it was things like free shipping, 24/7 customer service. We've got the highest quality products. We got quantity discounts. We got bargain prices and so forth. Nowadays, those types of items are almost taken for granted. And so the game today, especially in this economy and this craziness that we're all dealing with, is to find the winning difference that your brand provides that's going to appeal the most to your potential audience, because the difference can take you towards success or failure. And so you must do everything that you can to make your brand stand apart and above the rest so you can avoid a lot of this mess. Because the fact of the matter is that in order for your scaling to be a lot easier, if you want to have customers come to you like bees flock to honey, if you want adoring fans checking out your website, opting into your funnels, reading your blogs, listening to your podcasts, or watching your videos, and on and on and on, in the midst of all that on the internet, you got to make sure that in the midst of their being overwhelmed by choices, they quickly grasp what makes you better and different. DollarShadeClub.com said his blue ocean point of difference was we deliver high quality razor blades to your front door for a few bucks a month. In 5 years, he sold the brand for $5 billion. In the thought leadership space, Tony Robbins built his brand around the big ocean blue idea of life on your own terms. That's what he sells. Tony Robbins sells life on your own terms. He's never deviated from that. Bill Walsh sells what he sells in terms of being to help people just scale up in their life. Les Brown was live your dreams. Oprah was lead your fulfilling life. John Maxwell, live out leadership. What is your point of difference that makes you better and different from everybody else? Because it's the difference between standing out or blending in, getting noticed or ignored, or being desired or kicked to the curb. Come with me, somebody. And so therefore, you got to nail down why someone should buy from you, which gets to my next tip, and that is to make sure that you have what's called a me only statement. So that you can say, I'm the only humma that does humma. Whoo, right? Because listen, there's 3 levels you can play at here. There's me too, me special, and me only. If you're me too, you're in red ocean, you're a commodity. They see you as a jar of mayo. They see you as a piece of furniture or a carton of milk because they see you as being an imitator. But Nike and Starbucks have proven to us that the products they offer are less important than the brands they market and sell. People prefer to do business with a brand, which goes beyond your logo and your colors and your videos on Instagram and stuff like that, because that alone doesn't give people a reason to choose you. So the key is for your uniqueness and differentiation to pivot around what your target audience cares most about so that your brand's value doesn't get diluted. Now, I'm going to sound like Bill Walsh when I say this. You got to chase excellence, never chase money, because excellence attracts money. Money will find you if your uniqueness is something that your target customers truly care about. So what is that special thing that you do that your competition doesn't? When do you shine? When do you radiate? When do you sparkle so we can build your brand around your brilliance? That's the game today. And in the midst of this pandemic, it's the best opportunity to make sure that your brand is solid. And by the way, when I say your brand is solid, I don't care if you're creating a brand from scratch or if you need to do what's called rebranding, which means take what you already have and make it stronger. Reimagine it, re-engineer, retool, revamp by making sure that you've got all the right components in place strategically so that whatever marketing you plan to do in phase 2 can actually freaking work. And this is especially important for those of you who are in a service-based business. If you're offering any kind of expertise, right? But shouting from the rooftops, hey, look at me, notice me, remember me, I've got great skills. No, that game is over with. You've got to be able to say to somebody, what sets me apart from others is X. What I do differently is my Y. Unlike others in my field, I do Z. What is your X, Y, and Z going to be is what I want to know. So think about it. What truly makes you unique? How are you better? Why you? Could it be, for example, that you are a specialist? Maybe your brand can pivot around you being able to say that you are an authority in a specific industry or servicing a particular type of client or offering a particular type of service. Could it be that you want to be known for working with clients of a certain size. Maybe what your brand can pivot around is you being known as an expert in solving certain types of problems or challenges. Maybe your brand could be known for offering some kind of distinctive level of service. Think the gold standards provided by the Ritz-Carlton. Think the Geek Squad at Best Buy. Think Amazon Prime and e-commerce. Oh my God, Amazon Prime. How could I forget them? Do you know that in the e-commerce space,
I think they are the e-commerce space these days.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. The norm in the space is 4 to 6 days delivery. Amazon Prime is 24 to 48 hours.
Yeah. Listen,
so
Jim,
how are you going to differentiate this?
Brother? I don't know what you had before this call, but boy, you came out guns blazing. I love it.
Oh, okay. I got. So ask me questions, Michael. What do you want to know?
This is Bill. So, just so you know, if you have the chance to coach and work with Jerry, take advantage of it. Just go right now and just go to the www.ipowerteam.com/freedom and get a session. I mean, this guy's been doing this for companies for 2 decades, but he's always innovating. He's always bringing new stuff. And this was great. This is the first time I've seen you speak in a while, but boy, you were just on fire. So once again, I want to say,
I actually have, and Bill, if I may, I have an even better offer. I have an online quiz that people can take an assessment under no obligation if they text the word quiz.
I just have them go to the opt-in we've given out, because all the opt-ins go through, and then you can actually send that to them. So if you want to get access to the quiz,
okay, good.
Go right now, ipowerteam.com/freedom. Then Jerry will give you the link right to that special offer. So I highly recommend you take advantage of it. That's pretty awesome all the way around.
Yeah.
And I just want to say thanks.
Yeah, because people need to know what the brand is sponsored with.
Yeah, man, you did great. I love you, brother. See you soon.
I love you. All right, man. All right, thanks.
Let's tell we're going to take this call all the way down to Singapore now. So we're going to actually transition from Southern California to Singapore. We got a special guest on, so let me take you off here for a second. You can stay in the speaker room if you want. Hang on a second, Jared. But I want to take this call down and bring the stream, our live event today, down to a very special guest that I had the honor and privilege to meet through an organization called Global Gurus. We were both ranked in the top 30 in the world as business coaches, and he was, I think, ranked number 5 or maybe even better than that when it came to leadership and excellence. And I'll tell you something, that this is an individual that not only took his ideas to the market, he took his ideas to the global market. He started in Italy and moved from Italy to the other side of the world to begin to share his excellence and his message on leadership, on organizational mastery. And I'll tell you this, that he obviously has worked for the Fortune 500, lots and lots of those, but he has a passion to help entrepreneurs, small business owners really grow, because you know what creates success in business is not being good, it's being great. Michael Jordan was never good, he was great. And he always focused on, and that's something about our next speaker, he always focuses on, understand this, that you shoot for perfection, but you settle for excellence. And I thought Jerry was so good when he said, you know, you don't chase the money, you chase excellence. And when you focus on excellence, the excellence that you are in your niche attracts all the money that you're going to need. Well, I'll tell you what, our next speaker, and you better get your running shoes on now and get a pad of paper and pen, because he's going to overwhelm you with good content. But when you really understand how to build better cultures, how to build organizations that win, they don't win once in a while, they win consistently. There's no doubt that's what our next speaker is going to talk about. So let me do this. Let me actually open up the line and see if I can bring him on here today with us. I know he's on here somewhere. Let me see if I can get him onto the stream here. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Let's actually welcome everybody, Mr. Arthur Carmazzi. Come on, Arthur.
Hey, there you are, Bill. Thank you.
How are you, brother?
Dude.
Good, man. I'm so honored to have you on here, because I know that we've been trying to put this together for a little bit here, but now we're here and we made it. So it'd be really great if you could just take a few minutes and just share with everybody a bit of your background, your story, and really, how did you get to the point that you're at in your life today with all the things that you're working on around the world?
Wow. Okay. Well, all right. Basically, first of all, I'm not in Singapore. I'm in Bali.
Oh, that's even better. Bali. For some reason, I kept thinking you were out of Singapore. I think that's where what's the other gentleman's name? Jonathan.
Ron Hoffman.
No, but I think Jonathan's there too, isn't he?
Oh yeah, Jonathan's also there. Yeah.
Well, then, Bali sounds even better. That's right, because I remember we had talked about you've got a retreat center in Bali and your own little hotel cut to the side of the mountain. So we had a lot of plans to go over there until all this craziness started. But maybe you could tell that story as well. Let me just, I'm going to turn it over to you and let you go on and share some of your brilliance.
Well, actually, here, I just basically, when I started, okay, I had this really great idea because I used to work for this big company. And so I would go ahead and I thought, hey, these are awesome ideas. I'm going to start them myself. Well, what ended up happening was that I took all of my money and I ended up creating this situation where I lost all my money and basically ended up being about $500,000 in debt, which kind of really sucked. So if you've ever been $500,000 in debt, or, I don't really recommend it, but what happened was that I needed to get a job. And so I got this job, and I got this job in this organization, and I was very excited, because how like sometimes when you start a job or anything new that you start a new company, start a job, you're like, wow, I get to go to work today, and you're really excited. And so I was super excited. And then about like 2 weeks later, I started noticing that everybody's blaming everybody else, and then people are kind of not really cooperating, and I'm thinking, man, what is wrong with these people? But I knew I could make a difference. I'd come up some really good ideas. You guys ever had some really great ideas? And so what happened was that through, I would come up to these other department heads and I'd say, hey, look what we could do if we work together. And they'd go, look, we understand you're new, but we're kind of working on our thing, and you're working on your thing. So, you do your thing, we'll do ours. I'm like, man, there's no cooperation. What is going on here? But I thought, no worries. I can do this. I know I can do this. And about 4.5 months later, I started blaming people. And, people would come up to me and say, hey, Arthur, can you help me with this? I said, look, you do your thing. I'll do my thing. I got sucked in. And see, the thing is that after a while, eventually I started to kind of look in the mirror and didn't like the person that I saw. And I decided that I needed to kind of solve this problem. Because I would have all of these great ideas and I'd like, what's the point? Why should I bother? I knew that I could make a difference, but I was no longer really motivated to. I became an underachiever. And the company was still paying me the same amount of money, but I was now an underachiever. And so even though they were paying me the same amount, I wasn't producing at my actual potential. And so what ended up happening was that I went up to some of these other guys and I found out something very unexpected. I found out that they were real human beings and that they also had standards. So all of these people that are working and in this organization end up having this potential that is taken away by the culture. And I'm thinking, wow, wait, there's an opportunity here. And so what ended up happening was I went and I started doing research. Why is this happening? I wanted to fix myself. I wanted to fix my situation. And so therefore I did research. And eventually I came up with what was known as the directive communication psychology. And what I would like to talk to you about today is how you can get your people to actually be at the level of their potential and beyond. Because at the end of the day, what happens that in a working environment, if people become complacent and they get sucked into the culture, if the culture isn't a great culture that really brings out the best that they can be, well, you're not really getting your return on investment for what you're paying them. And these people can really make a huge impact in your organization. But here's the thing. Right now, we are in COVID-19. And this is literally the best time to build up your organizational culture. And I've got a couple of slides that I would like to share with you guys, if you don't mind. Okay, and let's see if I can make that work. Okay, and if not, it's all right. We'll just kind of figure it out. Okay. And okay, here we go. Yeah, you know what? Never mind. Here's the thing. Okay.
You can try to share your screen if you want, or if you can share your screen,
Can I share my
slides up if you want?
Okay, here it goes. Okay, there it is. All right, fantastic. Now, okay, here we are. Okay, I'm just gonna kind of put this on like this. So a little bit about for is the screen being shared? Maybe it is. Okay, fantastic. Okay, so what happens is let me just kind of give you a little bit of an idea of who I am. Anyway, I've written a whole bunch of books. Recent book is called Game On. It is basically a book on how to gamify organizational culture, and so that is.
You can actually open up your PowerPoint slide now. Just go right to your slideshow. You had it right there. You were fine.
Oh, okay.
Just go back to your slide. Go back to your slideshow because it was perfect.
All right. So just go back to how it was before, like this.
Just open up the slideshow.
Is that right?
Yeah, you can just click on slideshow. Start slideshow.
Start slideshow. Okay. All right. Fantastic. Okay. There you go. All right. Thanks. Okay. So anyway, don't take my word for it. Just look me up on Google. So any of the stuff that I've done in the past, people will tell you all kinds of stuff. But at the end of the day, just look them up on Google. Like Jerry said, I mean, your brand is what really speaks for you. So if your brand is good, you're on Google. So that's it. So anyway, let me just kind of give you a little bit of an idea. So you've got all these problems potentially in your organization, and before COVID-19 they were quite obvious, right? But what happens now is that you have no idea of the real root cause of these problems. Okay, and a lot of organizations are looking for quick fix with training. Okay, and you got all kinds of stuff, and then COVID-19 comes along, and now everybody is different. Okay, so you've got all these people that have less to do, and this means that they're idle. And of course, now if you actually think of what's going on with the people, they're all freaked out. They're all kind of like wondering what's going on. Some of them are starting to think, oh, am I going to have a job? Okay, and so what happens is that here a lot of people say, hey, let's do some online training. Well, that's not necessarily going to be helpful either. Okay, but what happens now is the coronavirus has created a lot of opportunities for organizations to gather more intelligence. I mean, think about it. Okay, right now your people are idle. Well, wouldn't it be cool if you could actually find out where all these problems came from? What were the root causes of all these things, and how you could get your people to actually fix them in the process? I mean, that would be the ideal situation, because right now people are not necessarily being as productive as they could be. Okay, so one of the key factors is that human beings with purpose are more excited, more creative in problem solving than ever, right? If you have a purpose, you've got something. But when people were going to work in your organization, I mean, did they really have purpose? And what we can do now is, we've got a crisis. And because of this crisis, well, now people are starting to kind of, not sure what they do. But what if they had a common goal? What if they had a common goal that basically was creating an ideal working environment in your organization? Okay, so now think about this, an ideal working environment in your organization. And you're thinking, well, Arthur, what if they come up with something weird? Okay, something that's going to be like not going to support the organization, the ideal working environment. What if they want to spend a whole bunch of money? What if they want me to give them more money? Well, here's the thing. Okay, we've asked this question, the ideal working environment, in 57 different countries, and it's always the same thing. It's always the same thing. People want more teamwork. Okay, people want more. They want kind of a supportive environment, meaning that if you're the boss, they can go talk to you, and they can kind of get problem solved. If you've got somebody in a different department, they can go talk to them and solve problems, supporting each other for the bigger picture of the organization. Okay, they want trust. They want you to trust them. They want you to trust them to do stuff in their own way. And what happens is that often people don't really feel trusted, because and that limits their ability. It stops them from being their best. It stops them from really supporting the potential that they have. And so what happens is that Okay, if they have this common goal. The other thing is they also want to be, and as an entrepreneur or a business owner, you also want to be able to trust people to be accountable. And of course, the other thing people want is they want clarity. They want to know what's going on. And right now during COVID-19, people don't really have that much clarity because it's so many variables. But the other thing they want fun. They want to be able to have fun. So if people can have all of this stuff, all right, do you think that they would be excited about solving company problems? Okay, do you think that they would be excited? So just kind of, let me know in the chat if you have that. Do you think that if you could get your people to really create their ideal working environment when they come back to work, that they would be excited about solving the biggest problems so that they could be the best that they can be? Because people want to be the best. They want to be valuable. But sometimes they're stuck in an environment that doesn't support that. Okay, so I'm not going to go into all of the stuff here, but basically, at the end of the day, that common goal right now, the opportunity is that organizations have a unique opportunity to solve these problems. Okay, and the data is really where this is all going to come from. So, all right, first of all, creating a possibility. Creating the possibility. So the first thing that you got to do is you got to connect with your people. Okay, if they're on lockdown, connect through them on Zoom. Hey, there's WhatsApp. There's even phone calls. I mean, come on. One of the things that you can do right now, okay, with your people is literally just say, hey, right now we got a little bit of time. Okay, people aren't really working to their absolute best, and so what you need to do is literally come up with something that when you come back to work, what would be your ideal working environment? And you already know what that's going to be. And then also pick like 3 problems that you want to solve. Okay. And you get them to do this in groups. Okay. And I'll just kind of share with you. Okay. Now, if you were to do a culture audit, if you go to Google and type in cost of culture audit, it's going to be kind of like 20 to 30 grand. And you're going, oh my gosh, I don't want to do that. That's crazy. Okay. So, but let's just kind of look at what happens here. Okay. The annoying elbow pain. Let's say you go to the doctor. All right. And you say, gosh, doctor, I've been having this pain on my elbow and, it's just annoying. Can you just fix it? So the doctor takes some tests and says, hey, guess what? Sorry, that pain in your elbow, it's actually cancer. And you're thinking, what? Suddenly your priorities change, don't they? I mean, if you know what the cancer is, you can fix it. Now, suddenly you want to solve the problem. You want to get rid of the cancer. And here's one of the things. You do an audit, okay? Do an audit, do a culture audit, but you're not going to pay 20 grand. In fact, one of the things that we're, doing here, okay, is we are literally giving away culture audits, okay? We are literally giving away culture audits. And, I think that Bill has put a link on here. So this is something, if you want a free culture audit, this is something that you can get from us for free, okay? And the reason that we're doing this is because, well, basically, we're going to help you to find the cancer, okay? Find the cancer in your organization. Now, on top of that, okay, now there's going to be some root causes. And so once we find some of the stuff, well, you're going to find that, hey, there are definitely some root causes of this cancer. Okay. And okay, I'm not going to go into all these infographics, but I'll tell you what, if you want the infographics, go to the link that that Bill has put on the screen. And as an individual right now, one of the key things that you can do is literally be a culture consultant, okay? Where you can plan to cut, you can literally go in, you can identify all of these root causes in your organization, okay, through your people. Your people have the answers, okay? Your people are the ones that have been working. Your people are the ones that are frustrated with different things. And once you understand how that is done, now you can connect your people to make an impact, okay? And meaning that when your people are in right now your people maybe on lockdown, or maybe they're, going around and maybe they're not being as efficient because, well, maybe there's just a lot less work. Well, what if you could get them together? See, there's these people in your organization that have influence. So we call them key influencers. Now, these are informal leaders. Just to give you an idea, there's one, in one organization we did, the tea lady. Okay, now we have tea ladies in Asia. Okay, so what their job is literally bring tea and kind of help people out. And there was this old, 67-year-old tea lady, and she was a very big influencer. Why? Because she listened to people. And when she would listen to people, well, they, would tell her stuff and they would confide in her. And then because she knows what's going on over here and she knows what's going on over here, well, then suddenly the other people are starting to go, hey, look at this. And they would go ahead and listen to her advice. And this woman knew more about what was going on in the entire organization than the CEO. So you find these people and you find out who are the people that they are influencing. And so what happens is that they can come up with the solutions to some of your biggest problems if you let them. Okay. And if you combine solving organizational problems with creating an ideal working environment, and you put them into groups where you would be able to support that growth, okay, it is going to mean a huge impact for your organization. I mean, imagine right now, just imagine, okay, that the people that are working for you suddenly become 30 to 40% more productive, more efficient. Why? Because they're excited, because they're doing something for themselves. Okay. Now, all of this stuff, there's more. Okay. Because, okay, if you're, right now we're talking about digital transformation. Okay. Now, if you don't have the right culture, according to McKinsey, you're basically going to fail in digital transformation. Only 4 to 11% of the non-tech companies succeed, and only 23% of the companies succeed in digital transformation. Any kind of digital transformation that you're trying to do, you need the right culture to do it. Okay. The other thing that if you build up your culture is you get more innovation, especially now. You need to be innovative in order to succeed. You also get more engagement. You get improved communication, which means less mistakes. Okay. And then, of course, all of this, okay, we've got a set of tools that does all of this for you. Now, one of them, okay, basically helps to solve trust. And I am going to give you a free colored brain communication inventory, okay, when you go to this link that Bill has put on the screen. So you go there, okay, you ask for the free CBCI. This way you can find out your brain's ambiguity relief process. Okay, your brain's ambiguity relief process. Okay, so this is a free colored brain tool. Okay, so colored brain, basically ambiguity relief is how your brain gets clarity, and this is how you end up accidentally judging people if they are basically if they're not doing things the way that you think is common sense, because their common sense is not yours, and it's not their fault. There's literally a genetic foundation for that. Okay. We also have a tool that is going to support you finding out the how different people perceive you. Sometimes, you think, hey, I'm a good leader because I'm very supportive, but your subordinates think you're a control freak, and you don't know because they don't tell you because you're the boss. Okay. And if they're not telling you what's going on, you don't change. And because you don't change, well, then what ends up happening is that you continue the problem. Okay. So all of this is part of the culture audit. And once you have all of this stuff, okay, you have the potential to identify, if you are a culture consultant, if you are able to do this, you are able to go ahead and now get your people to see how they are evolving the culture, which makes them even more excited. Okay, now again, I'm not going to go through these infographics because there is because I'll give them all to you when you go to the link with Bill. But there's another thing. You want to improve people's behavior, right? Well, we've got a tool for that. It's called, and this tool, okay, literally is designed to gamify behavior change. And if you take your objectives and you work backwards, those are always going to relate to specific behaviors. If you say, okay, in order to achieve this objective, we need this behavior, this behavior, this behavior. And that is going to have an impact on your team and, of course, your results. So this is all part of the culture consultant element, okay? And, okay, I'm not going to go through that, okay? And if you can essentially, literally, when we do these programs, we guarantee success. We literally guarantee success, okay? Otherwise, the companies don't have to pay, okay? But if you, you know, just to kind of give you an idea, we have a online certification that you can get, okay, through Bill. And we've got a special deal, okay, just through Powerteam. And this special deal, you can get it through the link that Bill is putting up there, okay? You'd be able to learn how to do all of this, literally be a culture consultant for your own organization, or if you're an expert, you can do this for other organizations. And on top of all the free stuff that I'm giving you, if you actually decide to join us and be a part of the of this program and get an internationally accredited certification, okay? And okay, well, anyway, we've got all these other things going on here. Then you know, we're going to give you literally a whole bunch of stuff worth of things. We're going to give you $2,000 in the Ocean credits, $400 worth of CBCI credits, $1,600 worth of the EDMA credits, the management mirror. Okay, all of these. Okay, basically you're looking at $4,000 worth of tools. Okay, and all of this, okay, is included absolutely free. Okay, plus on top of that, you get to understand everything. If you're doing this as an expert and you want to do this for other companies, you can do it for other companies because we've got everything. We've got proposals, we've got project management stuff, we've got everything, you know, case studies, infographics, everything is there specifically for you to be able to understand and also get other people to understand how to do this and make sure that you know exactly how to do it, when to do it, okay? The other bonus that we're throwing in is you get a ticket to the live event in Bali at my resort. Obviously not this month, but when we do it, you've got 3 years to pick it up. Okay, and the program normally goes for $1,997, but because of this program, because of Bill, you can get it for $997 or 3 payments of $379. And this is all of the stuff you get right here. Okay. And you know what? One more thing, we're going to give you a $500 mastermind. Okay. Absolutely free. Okay. So on top of that, which basically makes everything that you get, okay, all of this stuff is going to be, you know, you've got the Ocean credits, $4,000 worth of the tools, all of the marketing collaterals and materials and templates and everything that you need to do it for your own company or for somebody else's. Okay, you've got you know, the tools themselves, and of course you've got the ticket to the live event. All of this stuff, you can get all of this. Okay, here's the link that Bill has just put up, and I mean, you know, and even if you don't want to become a culture consultant, if you just do the stuff that we just talked about, if you just do those 5 steps, okay, with your organization, you are going to make an impact. Get your people to solve your problems for you, okay? It is not as difficult as you think.
Hey, brother, I don't know how to tell you. That's you're just on fire too. I was like one after another. It was you were on fire, and then of course we had right before that Jerry Foster on fire. So I appreciate you guys for first of all just playing full out and really going 100%. It makes such a difference when people play, you know, at that level, and it's just an honor to get to know you. You know, we've chatted a number of times over the year through WhatsApp since we met in Canada last year, and it's nice that we get a chance to let some of our people get to hear this. A lot of this stuff gets replayed in our different channels too, which is kind of cool. But I just want to say a big thanks. I mean, that was called value, value, value. And
I really appreciate that, Bill.
Yeah, if you want to know why people win, they win because they create more value. And when you create more value over and over, you don't got to go search for customers. Customers will search for you. So listen, buddy, I'm going to let you go. Keep up the great work. I'm looking forward to seeing your place in Bali. Hopefully, maybe by the end of the year. You never know. If we can get some of this craziness out of the way so we can get back to having some more face-to-face business, I think it'll be great. So I appreciate you. I know it's either really early or really late there, one of the two. But
it's 8 a.m. here.
8 a.m. Well, that's pretty good then. Okay, cool. All right, man. We've been going for about 5 hours, so I appreciate you. Let you go.
All right, Bill.
Talk to you real soon. Thanks
so
again. Bye-bye.
Okay. See you. Bye-bye.
So I know this is kind of fun, and we brought Michael back on. I'll let you take it over from here. You're looking very red for some reason, Michael.
I don't know why. Oh, there's a red umbrella near me. That's pretty funny.
I'm telling you, you look like you went from nice and sunny to now it looks like there's snow behind you.
I know. God love it. God love it. I'll fix that in a second.
Snow?
No. It's just the light hitting the trees at an angle.
Right, okay, yeah. The red on you looks really like you just got like the worst sunburn of the week. So anyway, I'll let you take it over from here. Thanks so much. Great job.
All right, thank you. That's great. All right, everybody. It's all how this is the suntan I've had out here all day. Isn't that great? So, work with Arthur because, that's focus on where you need to go. He's been incredibly successful. He knows how to get you there, and he's giving so much in that package. Make sure that you follow along with that package. Our next speaker, and we're going to talk about working with us again. And that will be right at the end. I'm going to tell you what to text, SBA to 26786. Oops, look at that. I said that. But I'll tell you how to do that and how to be part of what we're doing. But now our next speaker has worked and traveled around the world. He's lived around the world. He's run teams that have dealt with businesses all around the country and all over the world. They've been virtual assistants. They have made a difference in their lives and other people's lives. There's a way to do it. There's a way not to do it, a way to work it in your business. And I think that's incredible. So without any further ado, this next man this is laser focus. This is 10 minutes of action. Get ready to go. Here we go, Mr. Dan Meyer.
Hey, thanks, Michael. Thanks for having me. And thanks again, Bill, for inviting me to speak about virtual assistants for a few minutes. And so basically what I want to share with you is that a virtual assistant, if you don't have one already, you should, as they're going to be able to help you grow your business. If you're looking to launch a new business as well, virtual assistants can be very effective. I'm going to share with you some of the areas that virtual assistants can do a great job, and also talk to you a little bit about my experience with virtual assistants. So I started my first business as a solopreneur about 10 years ago. And after doing my own thing for a few months, I realized I couldn't really grow the business if I didn't have someone help me. I was getting myself stuck in going to meetings and trying to do my social media and trying to do my marketing and doing my own email campaigns and my own customer service and on and on and on. And before I knew it, I was just too busy. In fact, I was stuck in what we call Busyville. And it wasn't until I started figuring out what I could delegate to somebody that could do something and free me up that I really started to be able to grow my business. And once I started figuring that out, I went from a team of 6 to, in about a year and a half, a team of 100 people. And what we were doing was we launched a virtual assistant business. So basically, not only do I use VAs for myself, I started having clients all over the country that needed VAs to do things. And the VAs do a wide range of things. We do graphic design, we do email marketing, we do social media, and whatever it is basically a business needs, you can find somebody that can do that for you. For me, this is really important because I learned a long time ago that systems are what succeed. I remember reading Timothy Ferriss's book, The 4-Hour Work Week, and I always thought that was such a cool idea. And when I first started working, I was working 100 hours a week and doing my own thing and trying to do all this stuff. And the idea of a 4-hour work week seemed impossible. But within a few years of building my business through virtual staffing, I started freeing myself up. And there are now weeks where I literally spend about 4 hours running $1 million business with employees all over the world because I have a team that works for me that manages the business because I built systems. And these systems are built on virtual employees. And so that's what I can help you do. I can help you figure out what you need to take away from what you're doing and focus on the things that you do best. I always say that really what you should try to do is focus on what you do best and hire for all the rest. And the idea is that, we can all do everything, but we shouldn't do everything if we're really going to grow our business. So setting up a virtual team is something that I've been doing for years, as Michael mentioned before. I've done this all over the world. I've got a dozen clients across the country right now. And what we do is basically look at what you need to peel away and find the right person to do it. So you could go to freelancer sites like Upwork or Fiverr, But if you do that, it's kind of like a crapshoot, maybe a 50-50 chance of you finding the right person. But if you go through a managed virtual assistant service like mine, you're going to be able to have more control. You're going to be able to have people that will help you make sure that the virtual assistant is doing exactly what you want to grow your business. And this is really important. As I mentioned before, you want to get yourself out of Busyville. And if you're stuck in Busyville, you know it because you never have enough time. You're always saying, I'm so busy. And you look at your list of things you want to accomplish for your business, and you're never getting a lot of them done. And for a lot of us, that also means we're not getting the core things done. We're doing things that we shouldn't be doing ourselves. For example, social media is probably the worst thing for a business owner or an entrepreneur to be doing for themselves, because we do social media because we think it's fun. We can engage, we can share, we take photos, we take videos. We're constantly talking about our business. So we think that we're the best ones that should be out there talking about it. But what you'll find is that you're probably so busy that you can't do it consistently. And you're not doing it in a common voice. And you're not doing it in a way that your audience is going to be able to have a routine to follow you. This is what I mean. If you do your social media posting when you have free time, and it varies day by day, your audience is never going to know what to expect from you. But if you have a virtual assistant who one of their top job priorities is to post things in your social media sites, and you look at the data and the insights in Facebook or in Instagram or LinkedIn, and you see when the best time to post things for your audience are. And you have that VA post something on a content calendar so it's consistent. So your audience starts to see that every Tuesday at 2 o'clock, you send out something about new technology in your industry or genre. Every Thursday, you're doing something about throwback stuff, about how you got to where you're at, about how your journey got you to the current place you're at. Maybe every Friday, you do a funny meme. Whatever it is, you have this content calendar that you're publishing things so that it's consistent. And then you also have the VA start learning how to speak like you. This is one thing that I really look for in virtual assistants. I match up with small business owners and entrepreneurs, is how do they learn your voice? Do you have a lot of blogs? Have you written a book? Do you have any kind of a video material out there that we can look at and study and learn from so we can start doing things the way you would do them? The goal really is to be able to have that virtual assistant be your right hand. And then once you have a right hand, then you get a left hand, and then you get a left foot and a right foot, and you keep going until you grow your business to where you want it to go. Like I said, I started with 6 and now I have over 100. So you never know quite where it's going to take you, but the idea of virtual staffing is something that you should probably want to think about. Another great thing about having a virtual staff is that I love the ability of things are getting done 24/7, right? I go to bed every night and I sleep really well because I know while I'm sleeping, people are working on things. I have a team that's scattered throughout the planet, right? So there's always somebody doing something in my business 24/7. And when I wake up in the morning, I check my Trello or my email to see kind of what my team was doing while I was sleeping. And I always feel like I got a head start in the day because things have gotten done. I'm productive even before I got out of bed because I've delegated some tasks to my virtual staff. This is the kind of thing that you can do if you really think about how to scale your business and build some systems around virtual staff. So I mentioned social media. That's probably the biggest area, but another one is digital marketing. A lot of us are doing our own email campaigns. We're building our own CRMs or customer databases. We're sending out our own newsletters. Again, not the best use of our time. What I try to do is focus on content, right? I record videos and I write blog posts because I love to do those things. But I don't put any graphics on it. I don't put the pictures on it. I don't publish it. I don't share it. I don't even manage my own LinkedIn profile. I only look at my LinkedIn profile when my VA that manages it tells me I should respond to a certain message. But she's out there every day greeting people on their birthdays and their anniversaries. She's, engaging in groups as me. She's doing all these things. So it looks like I'm just a rock star on LinkedIn and my profile is, but it's not me personally putting all that time into it. This is the kind of stuff you can do. A couple more I'll share with you real quick. You should be taking all your images and make videos out of them, right? Put some music, maybe a little intro, outro, a little bit of cool things you've been doing in your business, put some graphics, put the contact information on that. That will take up a couple hours of your time to do yourself. You have a VA do it, they can do it consistently, so it's the same style and post the same time every week. If you're a speaker or an author, you should have your VA be the one to be looking for places for you to speak, like a conference like this, or to go out and speak in an event. You really want to make sure that your VA is the one that's pushing your book, that's sending it to people to consider to review or to share or to have at a book signing event, because it gives more credibility when you have somebody doing it for you. Just simple things like that. The last thing that I'll mention to you real quick as I wrap up is that you really want to think about all the things that you're doing in your business. What do you want to do? And what are you doing? They're probably separate. What's your dream? What would you do if you had unlimited time to focus on your business? What are the things that you would do? Look at that and then compare that to the things that you're doing in your business every day. If you look at your weekly production of what you've accomplished that week, you're going to see a lot of the dream things aren't getting done. So you need to kind of move some of those things that you're doing that take up your time, that maybe they're manual, repetitive, not fun to do, and offload those things. If you do that, you're going to be very successful. So here with Powerteam, we have a special offer. If you want to get started for a virtual assistant, if you're an entrepreneur or a small business owner, we have a couple packages for you. And to be able to take advantage of the special pricing, you can text the word data, D-A-T-A, to 26786, and you'll get a reply back that will be a form you can fill out to get started on what you want to have be your VA start with, whether it's social media, Facebook ads, email marketing, whatever that thing is you want to peel away first. And the special promotional price today is that if you want to avail of it, you can take advantage of the entrepreneur package, which is for under $500. It's actually $497, and you get up to 40 hours per month for that. 40 hours, that's, you know, somebody working on your business every day, a couple hours a day, posting things on social media, replying to customer emails, doing whatever it is you need to do. Because again, the idea is that you focus on what you do best and you hire for all the rest. So I want to thank you for your time. If you have any questions, feel free to comment them, or you can, of course, again, text data to 26786. So,
fantastic.
Yep.
Dan, that was amazing. And this is Red Michael again. See, I got a red umbrella with the sun shining, with the snow back there. This is called right, doing whatever it takes, I say.
Exactly.
And it's great because there's so many times that and I know in my own business, I'm like, why am I doing this, right? And it's really, a lot of us just did not know how to work with virtual assistants, or we always had somebody right across from us, but you have to learn to even let it go in those situations.
Right. And you can't, a lot of people actually do try virtual assistants and get burned a little bit. And it's like I said, if you go to Fiverr or Upwork, or you just hire somebody, you know, off the internet, it's kind of a risky opportunity. So you really want to focus on finding people that you can work with that are proven, that are vetted. And I do that. So we'll make sure that we get you the right VA you need.
Awesome. That's great. All right, Dan, have a great afternoon. Have a great evening where you are.
Yes. Yes. All right.
All
cool.
right.
Thanks a lot, Michael. Take care. Thanks again, Bill.
All right. You know, having a virtual assistant, what you want to do in your business is you want your business to move forward. And the biggest thing about that is making sure that you have the time, making sure that you actually have the person behind you that is, you know, when it comes to, let's say, social media, you know what needs to be done, but having somebody else do it on a daily basis then frees you up to work on your business, not in your business. And that's the beauty about a virtual assistant. So text data 26786. Text data right now to 26786. All right, everybody, arms in the air, little stretch. All right, see the trees behind me? Get moving, get shaking. Also, if you like what you've seen today, right now, not tomorrow, not the next day, text SBA to 26786. That's a small business advisor. We will be there for you. It's our team. We will take care of you. You will have a meeting with me. I'm having a global training for Powerteam. We'll find out where you are, what you need, how we match with you, how you match with us, and do it now. Okay? Can't wait for that to happen. Fantastic. Now we're ready to go. Our next speaker, I've known her for years. I once said the greatest way to become even more than you are is to read every book and buy every course, and she has done that. She never stops. She learns. She educates. She has spoken around the world. When it comes to finance, she knows what she's doing. She's built a small and large and bigger and getting bigger real estate empire. She's having way too much fun. She is a mom. She is a wife, and she loves what she does. Without any further ado, and trust me, she has literally bought into the best masterminds on the planet. She's part of them, and she knows how to take you to that next level. Her business is phenomenal, and you want to know what she's doing. Let's give it up for Miss Angeline Waymeyer.
Hey, Michael, thank you so much. You hear me okay?
Perfect. Have a great time.
Thank you. Thank you. And first of all, I'd like to say thank you for you being here. And I also want to express my gratitude to Powerteam International, Bill Walsh, for inviting me to be part of this journey with you. Because they really care about you. They care about your success. And that's why they host the event like this to add massive value to you. And that's why I'm here. Here we are in the middle of a pandemic. How many people will really prepare for it? We have seen people lose their jobs, lose their money in the stock market. A lot of people are concerned about their retirement. And it really breaks my heart to see that. This is why I'm here and I speak and I to share my knowledge so that I can provide the tools so that you can weather this storm. I promise you by the end of this talk, you have a clear picture on what kind of action item that you need to do and take your personal finance, your wealth to the next level. And especially, I'm going to share with you, how do you grow your money and also pay zero in taxes legally? How many of you are like that, right? Give me a virtual high five. And at the end of this talk, I will give you a special gift. And before we start, would that be okay? I share a quick story about myself. As you can see, I am from China. I'm not the crazy rich Asian that you saw on TV. I actually come from a very, very humble background. I still remember when I grew up, I only see my parents twice a year. And because they have to sacrifice themselves and have to work. And because of their sacrifice so that I have opportunity to come to the United States. And in 2009, I come to the US. I thought that in order to make a lot of money, I need to have a master's degree, which is I did. After I graduated, I have a hard time finding a job. And when I finally got a job, I only offered the minimum wage. And that was a turning point in my life that I don't want to work for somebody else. I don't want somebody else to determine how much is my worth. So I decided to start my own business. And in the past 10 years in this country, I have done many things right. In 2012, I launched my own real estate investment company. I achieved more than 100,000 return on investment. And right now I invested in countless single family homes and thousands of apartment units. But I also have done many things wrong. I have lost a lot of money. I look back the mistake that I made, which has caused me to lose a lot of money. The mistake I made was I don't have a clear plan. How many of you have your own financial blueprint? And how many of you really know how money works? At that time, I didn't know. I just listened to what other people were saying, Bitcoin, Fixer Upper, and many other ideas. I didn't have a complete understanding or education on how money works and how to build a long-term, sustainable generational wealth. And that all changed when I got to introduce to the financial services industry. I started to learn how money works. And I now speak all over the country with Bill and the Power Team and to teach what I've learned. But there's a problem in our country. According to the Social Security Administration, when you take any group of 100 people in any state at the beginning of their working career and follow them for the 40 years until they retire, this is what they find out. Write this number down, okay? 54 would be dead or dead broke. 36 will be dead. 5 will be continues to working, not because they want to, but because they have to. And only 4 will be financially secure, and only 1 be wealthy. So we work for 40 years to make money, and only 5% can make it, which means that we have 95% of failure. I want you to ask yourself this question. Where are you today? Where are you today right now? And the most important thing is, where do you want to be 10 years, 20 years from now? Do you want to be at the top 5% or you want to be at the 95%? If you said you want to be at the top 5%, and what's your plan to get there? And do you have a plan? And let me show you how. All you need is just the right plan, the right mentor, and taking the right action. And I'm going to share with you my wealth building quadrant. There's 3 types of people. I want you to draw a cross, right? On the top left-hand side, you write down the word make. The number one type of people, they make money and they spend it. Okay, that's number one. That's a type one. The second type of people, they make money and then they save it. But my question for you is, can you save your way to millions? The answer is no. You need to learn how to invest your way to millions. So on the right-hand side, write down invest. You make it, you save it, and you invest it. And that's the formula to enjoy. That's the last piece, enjoy life, right? But when was the last time we went to school? The school teach us how to become a successful investor and how to have money work for us. We were programmed to work for somebody else and become a consumer, right? Look at all those TV commercials. So today, no matter you have a 9-to-5 job, or you are self-employee, or you are entrepreneur, you build many different business, I want you to shift your mindset from a consumer to an investor. The problem that I see with many entrepreneurs and small business investors, the more they make, the more they put into their own business, right? I don't see them to pay themselves first and invest in themselves. My question is, if you stop working today, do you still have income coming in? If you don't, then you may want to listen to me, pay extra attention. How do you start small and build the passive income? So the step number one is you want to pay yourself first. Develop that habit. Develop a habit. For example, if you make $100, set aside 10%. Put aside $10. If you make 1,000, set aside 10%. That's 100, right? Because how you do anything, it's how you do everything. So today, I want you to put on the hat of the investor and then take this journey with me and ride with me. Do you know that on our journey to build wealth, there's 4 speed bumps? Do you know what are those? Number one, it's called inflation. It never goes away. Look at how much money our government is printing nowadays. The money becomes less and less valuable. If you don't know how to invest your money and grow more than the inflation, you think that putting money in the bank, it's a safe, you're already losing it. It's a silent killer to your wealth. So what if I can show you a way that you can invest with the safety of the bank, but also outpace the inflation? Would you like to learn more? So stay with me. The second speed bump, it's risk. Everybody thinks that real estate, it's up and down. Investment, it's up and down. Stock market, it's up and down. How would you like your money, especially your retirement money, going up and down? Wouldn't that be nice if we can take the risk out of our investment? And wouldn't it be nice when you have your money going not up and down and only goes one way? I'm going to show you how. Taxes, that's a third speed bump. It's kind of like we have a hole in our pocket. On one hand, we are working so hard to make more money, to put more money in our pocket, right? But on the other hand, in our pocket, we have a hole. It's leaking. We don't even know it. So the more money we make, the more it goes to the taxes. So what is your plan to sew up that hidden hole? And do you even know that you have a hidden hole in your pocket? So I'm going to help you find out. The last but not least, it's health. Many times when I do the financial planning for people, I see that people very focused on growing their money, making money and grow their money, but very, very few of them focus on protection. Let me tell you a quick story. It's David, right? I have the permission to share his story. Years ago, he made great money, very successful in his job, in his career. And one time, a car accident happened. And because of that car accident, he cannot work for over a year. And because of that accident, he started draining his bank account. And right now, age of 60 and still trying to rebuild his wealth. You don't know what you don't know, my friend. And what you don't know may end up hurting you in the long run. And because he didn't put that into consideration or planning, and that happens, guess what? It's too late. And right now, what's happening nowadays, right? The coronavirus. Who would think this is going to happen out of the blue? I always tell people that don't wait until it's too late. Start today and start to planning for your financial foundation. And I'm very grateful that 3 years ago, I learned about what I learned today. And I took what I learned and then I set up a strong financial foundation for myself and my family. And right now, to me, it has a peace of mind. Okay. So now, since we talk about taxes, I want to go a little bit deeper here. As a successful investor, you need to understand tax. My mentor taught me that tax avoidance, it is your responsibility, but tax evasion, it's illegal, right? So I'm going to teach you how do you become a savvy investor and then still have the steady growth and also pay zero in taxes. Wouldn't it be nice? And that's what the top 5% do. Would you like me to share more? Yes. I know you are there listening. I really miss the day that we can see each other in person, but I can see you. Okay. So there are 3 different types of investment strategies as relate to taxes: tax always, tax defer, and tax free. Tax always, what does that mean? Like you have any mutual funds or stocks or even real estate, right? The money you put in there, it's after tax money. So every time you have earnings, you will receive a love letter from the financial institution. And what that love letter, it's called 1099. So they want you to send that love letter to your uncle. Who's your uncle? It's your Uncle Sam. So they want you to, the financial institution wants you to report what your earnings to Uncle Sam so they can tax you. So imagine your money, it's being taxed and drained every single year. Is that efficient? The answer is no. So tax-free are the investment that you pay tax later. You don't pay now, but you pay later. So that the money you put in, it's before tax. And then when it's growing and growing, that's when you pay taxes, right? But do you know that you have a partner in a tax defer investment strategy? It's called Uncle Sam again, right? You are 50% partner with Uncle Sam. So let me ask you this question. If you are a farmer today, would you rather pay Uncle Sam on the taxes on the seeds when it's small, or you would rather pay Uncle Sam on the harvest crops when it's big? Which one do you prefer? Of course, you want to pay on the seeds when it's small, right? And then you can keep the future, all of your earnings. If I were to ask you, which one make more sense to you? Tax always, tax defer, or tax free? I can guarantee you will tell me, Angeline, I love tax-free investment strategy. But does it fit into your current investment portfolio? And do you even know what's out there? So there's a couple of common things in the tax-free, and let me explain to you. I don't have much time, but I do my best. Number 1, Roth IRA. But there's a couple of restrictions in Roth IRA. You can only put up to $6,000 per year. That's it. That's one of the limitations. The second limitation is if you make too much money, you're not qualified. Okay. The third thing is you cannot have access to the gain until you're 59 and a half. So as an investor, it's not very, very flexible. And there's a number 1 secret in the financial industry that it's tax-free, that without all those restrictions, and it can take care of all of those speed bumps. What are the speed bumps? Inflation, risk, taxation, and even your health. And that's called the cash value life insurance. But how many people really understand how it works, right? I give you a personal example. Years ago, I was doing the real estate, and when my financial advisor teach me about this concept, how do I become my own bank by using the cash value life insurance, and I executed. And right now, I use the money that in my cash value to buy my own building and to even buy my house, right? I just recently bought this house, and I'm very grateful that I can have the flexibility to have access to the money, because especially in today's economy, the cash is king. If you are a real estate investor, you know that many people, they are asset rich but cash flow poor, right? But if you have a plan like this, it becomes a complement. You can go with hand in hand. But how it works, it's really case by case study.
And you got about a little over a minute.
I know. So it's a case by case study. So I do my a workshop and next Tuesday at 7 p.m. Central Time, and Michael can give you the link, right? You can text the tax free to 26786, and then we can continue our education, because today I really want to give you more information, but we just don't have that much time. Again, it's a text the word tax free to 26786. And Michael, I think I'm right on time here.
You're always right on time. I'm looking for my, here it is. I found it. There we go. So, tax free to 26786. I know you'll just rock their world. The thing is that it's all about information, right? And to not be fearful. And that's the piece that really makes a difference. So just give her the information. My neighbor's just gone crazy with his saw. I don't know what he's doing. He's never been out there before. But isn't that funny? So just text tax free to 26786. Tax free to 26786. You have an amazing day.
Thank you, Michael.
You're welcome. All right. Talk to you soon. And you want to work with Angeline because she has really made a difference in so many lives of so many people we put on, has just made a big difference. And it's a great day. So make sure you text and get to know her, get to work with her, and she's somebody that's going to make a difference in your life. So I'm about to turn this call over to somebody who has changed my world. It's amazing how you can do this. So when you find the people that you know, like, and trust, and mentors that change your world, those are the ones you work with. This gentleman I met probably, I don't even know, 8 years ago. I saw him on stages. Thousands of students went through the system that I knew and said, it's made a huge difference in our life. He's the CEO of Powerteam. He's spoken all over the world. He has made a difference in tens of thousands of businesses, and he's seen hundreds of thousands of businesses. Without any further ado, this is the man, the myth, the CEO of Powerteam, Mr. Bill Walsh.
Brother.
Hey, it's a great day.
See you, man. I keep kind of walking outside. It's about 100 degrees here, so I was kind of like walking in and walking out for some fresh air. But it's good to be on, and it's really fun to watch all this content being created. And what I'm going to share with you guys in the last 10 minutes of today is that how do you create your own content machine? How do you begin to sell it? And how do you begin to create so much value that people think you're nuts? So first of all, for all the diehards, I love the fact that you're still on. Please make sure that you get a copy of my book today. It's really simple. Just text obvious. You might have already had it, but if you don't got it yet, that's a little gift for you guys to 26786. Text obvious to 26786. Little fun gift for everybody. Get a copy of my book. It's a real fun read. It's an easy read. Once you pick it up, you won't put it down. It just talks about the universal laws of success. But today, I've got a very special guest I want to bring on, and just have a quick interview style on how to utilize mobile marketing to grow your business. We're big fans of mobile marketing. We use it every day. I've got the CEO. He's a good friend of mine of a company called Mind Me Mobile. They're our back-end partner for the Powerteam SMS system that you see us using all the time. You probably get our text messages. But let me just bring him on real quick. Jeff, let me see. We got you there. Hey, Jeff, how are you, brother? Can we hear you okay? I think you're still mute. You need to unmute your mic.
Oh, that would be helpful, wouldn't it?
Now I can see you there. Yeah, very good, very good. So I just wanted to kind of share with everybody. You know, you can really go fast if you go by yourself, but you can really go far if you go with a team. And I've been honored to work with this this gentleman that I just brought on the stream for a number of years now. He's just someone that's spectacular. He over delivers. He's added a lot of value for our clients. But I want to get right into the depth of this thing. That, you know, tell me quickly in like a minute or two, what is the power of mobile marketing? Why should every business use mobile marketing?
Yeah, well, I mean, the simple thing, I guess, Bill, is, you know, everyone has one of these, right? And that is what has transformed the world really in the last, really since 2008, 2010 or so, when Apple first came out with their first device, and Android soon followed. So, you know, when we started on this journey, and our initial platform that you use, you know, it was texting, right? It was all about texting. Yeah. And then we said, well, like, how can we extend that, right? It's very powerful technology. You know, it's not filtered like email is through spam and other things. It gets delivered, it gets results for folks, but how can we extend it and improve upon it, you know? And we focused on adding landing pages and digital offers and automation. And, you know, you start putting all these pieces together under the term mobile marketing, you know, which is kind of a loose term, but it's really a marketing platform, right? It's really tying in all the different ways that you capture leads, you organize your contacts, you communicate and engage, you know, all the communication.
So really at the end of the day, what you've created is an end-to-end sales system.
Definitely.
You talked earlier about the branding and the marketing and the selling and what this system does, an all-in-one system. And we're going to give this away today, just so you guys know. You'll get 2 months of the platform for $10 a month to try it out. And all you really have to do, and I hope that if you're on the call today, just text Powerteam SMS. Powerteam SMS. I know there's a lot of texting today, but if we track everything and it makes it easy for us. But if you've ever wanted to have a turnkey system for lead generation, for sales, for follow-up, for follow-through, you can literally put the system up, put your virtual admin through the training, and let them do the messaging every day for you. But I think it's important that people understand that what's the difference between mobile text marketing and email? What's the difference between those two?
Sure. So, you know, with texting, with email, there's spam filters, right? Gmail and MSN, Hotmail, all these different tools have filters so that you'll end up, you know, a lot of email ends up in junk. A lot of people, the mass volume of email, you know, all the spam now is in email. It used to be direct mail, right? So you don't get much in the mail anymore, but now everything's in your inbox. So I get hundreds, and I'm sure God knows how many you get, Bill, but I get hundreds of emails a day. And I miss a lot. It's just impossible to keep up. But a text, you know, you see it, right? Because it's more of a personal engagement channel. You know, you want to use it. You don't want to overuse it, right? But, you know, you want to target content that people want to get, but it gets through. It cuts through. There's different technology without getting too, you know, staying at a high level. But we use a short code with our platform, right? So that you have.
And that's a shortcut, you guys. This is what you see on the screen right now.
That's right.
Powerteam SMS to 26786. That's a short code. And that short code will give you access to the software I've just talked about, where literally for $10 a month, you can try it out for 2 months. If you like it, stick with it forever. I've been a customer for 5 years. We love it, right? But in addition to that, if you're serious about this and you want someone to build it out for you, we have a program that's about $1,000 to build it out for you. That for we take 5 customers from each of these calls, and for less than $500, they'll build out the mobile suite with you. Absolutely. So we normally charge as much as $5,000 for the mobile suite production alone. But you're able to get this during this time for $500. If you don't have an automated way to generate leads, if you don't have an automated way to build your own little mobile website, if you don't have an automated way to follow up with your customers with autoresponders, and it's not all going to their cell phone, there is no time like right now is the best time ever to get this set up. So a do-it-yourself, and it's normally about $50 a month, so you can get that for $10 a month for 60 days.
It's actually $10 for it's actually $10 for 60 days.
Oh, it's only $10. Wow, so $5 a month. And I don't know about you, but if you can't afford $5 a month for your marketing, you know, you better go see PayPal or somebody and get a loan, because you need a little bit of money to make some money. But what I found with this tool is that if you're looking for auto response, nothing is faster than a text message. Now, it's got to be timely. It's got to be catchy. You've only got 140 characters. So you've got to make this stuff really move to a quick outcome. And the nice part about this, they give you all the tracking tools for the outcome also. So when I looked at this, for $5 a month for the next 2 months, you can test this out, drop in 100 contacts, that have opted in for some free gift, and let's see how it works. Run some ads right to your text opt-in, and then take that data that opt into something and follow up forever. Now, what's nice about this is you can put some automated responders in there. You can drop in like 12 autoresponders. That'll cover you for like 24 weeks. So send one autoresponder out each 2 weeks that tells them something about staying in touch. Because you've probably heard this before, that out of sight is out of mind. Well, it's the same in business, right? But what this does, it puts you in mind, every week or so with some kind of special from your business. I don't care if you're a brick and mortar pizza place that's delivering pizza. Every Wednesday, the special goes out at 9 in the morning, what the specials are. I don't care if you're a hairdresser or a salon. You can send messages out for that. I don't care if you're a business coach. You can actually send out autoresponders for that. It might be a note of inspiration. But these are all things that, once again, that if you're not using these, you are giving up something called competitive edge. And in business to win, you've got to have something called competitive edge, right? And right now, we talked about this call being more about adapt, innovate, and overcome. Well, part of the innovate today is go mobile. You just got to go mobile. And the fact that you can build your own mobile page. So tell me about the feature where you can actually go in and build your own little mobile page in there where you can ask people questions. How does that work? Is it pretty easy to set up too?
Yeah, no, that's a great question, Bill. So, what I would say, I'll just take one quick step back and that before I get into that, and it's a great segue. And that is, we help empower your existing marketing, right? You're doing direct mail, you're doing signage if you're a brick and mortar, right? Or table tent at a restaurant. You're speaking at an event like this, right? Where this is the easiest way, or especially on stage, right? There's no link to click on stage. So when you're speaking on stage, you're speaking at a live event, texting. So really we connect the texting and the landing pages, the web pages, a mini website, a mini site, if you will, that you can create in literally under a minute. Okay. And with our new system, you can add your own domain to it. So you can have your own domain, it could be m.powerteamsms.com or powerteamsms.com. It could be your own domain or a something called a subdomain. Either way, off your existing domain. So you can have your own website, but the challenge with your own website is you have to pay someone to update it in most cases, right? Or it's timely, or you may run a special that you don't want on your public website, right? That's really targeted for a specific group of people. You don't want to offer to everyone. So you need a quick, easy way to create a page, right? And you can either use that separately to capture leads from Facebook or in email, if you're using an email tool or whatever it is, if it's not ours, or you can have a text with the link that goes to a landing page. So you can use the texting by itself, the mobile, web technology by itself, or very easily they combine together instantly.
And the neat part about this, what you're really building, and just so you guys know, please write this down, all the money's in the list. All the money's in building your database. So while you think you have an expense, you don't have no expense. This is an investment. Because if you don't build a database, just think of this, just write this down. What if you could still be earning money from customers that you sold something to 5 years ago, 10 years ago? What if they were still giving you referrals today? What if you made it so easy for them to just, if you only learned how to use the system just to give you referrals, how much would that be worth to your business? 1,000, 10,000, 20,000? If you could only use it as a tool to follow up with your existing customers, just keep them in mind with your business. Every 2 weeks, you send them a quick note, 140 characters, letting them know that you're thinking about them. You're thankful for being a great customer. Begin to realize that every time that you put something out on social media, you should have an opt-in. There's an old saying that, if you're going to tell a story, make a point. If you're going to make a point, have a call to action. If there's no call to action, the story you just shared was a complete waste of your time. So what they've done is they've put something in the model that we talk about the innovation side of business, is that you just can't wait for customers to come over anymore. What Mind Me Mobile and Powerteam have done together is create a platform for the first time that makes it easy for you. And we're talking about $5 a month for 2 months to get it running. If you want them to build it out for you, this is not available all the time. It'll be a limited basis. The first 5 that come through will get this for 50% off, like $500. Don't call me in 3 weeks. Well, I seen this on the webinar. Listen, it's this week only for the next 7 days. If you opt in for it you think it's a good fit, we'll get you a link, you fill the form out, and away you go. You're going to get 3 to 4 coaching sessions with them. You'll get the system set up, and it's all done in less than a week or 10 days. So it doesn't take very long. So understand that if you're looking for leads right now, I'm going to tell you that one of the fastest way for new leads is to use video opt-in. Use a simple, something like InShot is an app you can use to shoot a quick video, put your text opt-in the bottom of the video, and before you know it, you got some leads coming in. On Instagram, keep your videos at a minute. Facebook, same thing, 1 or 2 minutes. Keep them short and to the point. But you've got to have good technology. And what this does is, and I've used it for years, is make your technology part simple. But you got to get plugged in for this. So, Jeff, what type of business do you think this is a great fit for? Give me some examples of types of business, because I get a few. But what other clients are having great success by using a platform like this?
We've got financial services companies that send a stock pick of the day to people. So they want it delivered right away. I mean, some major companies, some of the largest names you've ever heard. We've got people that are pizza shops or restaurants that use it and drive massive traffic. In fact, when they don't use it, their sales plummet, actually, to drive all kinds of marketing. If you're going to rely on Grubhub or DoorDash, this is a way where you can take ownership of your marketing, right? You could build that list and you can actually deliver and drive traffic and drive sales. So pizza, retail, any retail, obviously a lot of places are closed right now, but now's the perfect time to set this stuff up. So when you open, you're ready to rock, right? So that's one area. Any type of trainers, speakers, every speaker here today, you do this for them as a service, which is incredible. Yes. They could go anywhere else. They're not getting what Powerteam delivers for them ever, right? So jury or this one or that one, you're doing this for them. But if someone was speaking on their own, or there's some other environment, or they're at a local, they're speaking to local folks, or they're online through Zoom, you could use this technology for that. And I will say one other thing too, Bill. So really any business, big or small. I mean, it could be a Fortune 500 down to, a network salesperson who's trying to, drum up leads and sales. It really doesn't matter. It's just a communication marketing platform that'll let you empower your existing marketing, make it stronger, better, more effective, right? And leverage it together. And I will say one thing that, a lot of times people are scared because, most online companies, web-based services have no support of any kind, right? Maybe you can send an email, maybe they respond back, right? And these are
that's what I was thinking too, is that this is also a great tool for training people. What I have found is I've used it to, when they opt in for a training, I will then send them links to like 10 different places where they can easily, get a training on a video, and we're lucky today. We've got great people that plug in all day. Cheryl Brenner that manages our Platinum Speaker Program and our marketing partners. Michelle Nixon is on. Michelle that does a lot of all the quotes and posts all day long. These are part of the Powerteam family, but in reality, most people don't have people like this. Most people don't have a team around them. So when you're thinking about how do I train people, you can literally shoot 5 videos of training, put the videos on YouTube or Vimeo, have your autoresponders once a week go right to the video training. And every week it just sends that person out that message. And before you know it, you built your entire training inside a virtual platform that you've just saved tens of thousands of dollars for, that people get information to right away. Anything last minute that you want to share as to why every small business needs this, why every entrepreneur, speaker, trainer, author needs this service now?
Sure. Well, it comes down to this, right? You've got some service and you need some type of technology to deliver that service in most cases, right? If you are a speaker, if you're a trainer, if you've got some content you've created, you're an author with a book that you want to distribute that content, you often need a way to manage that. And you can post it online for free or in a private group, but this is a way to kind of manage that process. You can get help and support along the way. So if you have questions, it's live US-based phone support, even for $5 a month, we'll pick up, you call us, we'll answer your questions, right? And even though we call it support, we typically will help you a little beyond that and give you some tips and ideas, a way to do some things, right? You could send us a landing page or a campaign idea and we'll say, hey, maybe you could try that, or maybe you could try this. So we'll do that for you anyway. And then obviously that we take that to a huge level, with that package where we'll work with you and do it yourself. But today, really, like you said, Bill, it's all about that list. If you're not out there acquiring now, or even, you know, if you're closed right now, you know, in a month or so, or in a couple of weeks, hopefully we start to open things up. And, you know, you need a way to kind of engage those customers, engage those leads, right? Or they're just not going to be customers, you know, or they're not going to be your customers. They'll be someone else's customer.
Well, it's also a great way. Don't forget, I think you got Mother's Day coming up. It's not a bad idea to, you know, put a couple autoresponders out to mom. Send her a text message. Send her a video from you, right? Utilize them, because, you know, a lot of people are not together. They're in different parts, right? And maybe it's not a bad idea to think of all of your best customers that have bought from you for the last year, drop them into one database, and send them all out a message. You know, when you're in a time like this, one of the fastest ways to grow your business or sustain your business is referrals. But if you ask for referrals, you've got to make it easy for them to send you clients. No easier way than just say, please just share this short code. Just copy this text and send it over to someone you think might need our service, might need this or that. And before you know it, you're getting an instant way to acquire clients and referrals. Well, listen, Jeff, I love you, buddy. Thanks for all your hard work. Honored to have you as a partner. We're excited to get some people on the service as well. And we're going to take this little 18, 20-minute segment and then share it in a bunch of different venues and channels, as well as send it out via text.
Of course.
All right, listen, I'm going to bring Michael back on. I'll let you go, Jeff. Thanks so much for your time.
Thanks, everyone.
I appreciate you. Michael, you're there?
I'm here.
I know you got some announcements to finish us up today, so I'll let you do announcements, and I'll let you guys go. And I look forward to seeing everybody next week. Don't forget, we've got calls every day next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Get plugged in for all that at powerteamlive.com. It is definitely your time, and it's your day to go to the next level. We love you, and I appreciate you. So, Michaal, I'll turn it back to you. Let you finish up. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. So, you know, it's been a great day. We're going to all go together, so nobody go yet. It is about powerteamlive.com. We have Mondays, we have an entrepreneur call. Tuesdays, we have internet and social marketing. Wednesdays, we've got speaker and how to speak to sell, how to be the best on stage, how to bring it to your business. Thursdays, we have the summits all day, right? From 1 to 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And very simply, on Tuesdays and Thursdays, we have networking at noon. So you can network with a group of people together, which is powerful. But right now, get your phones. I'm giving you permission. Grab your phone. Text SBA to 26786. This is your time to work with us. If you like what you've seen through the day and you've got the information to help you move forward, and you're thinking, I want to be part of this team somehow. I want to take a look from masterminding, which we had a whole lesson on masterminding today. We want to take a look at it from the perspective of wrapping your business up, how to create a better funnel, how to move the funnel for your business, what you need from us. Text SBA to 26786. I will connect with you. We will see what it looks like from a micro position to a macro. Take a look at that for international for your business. We are here for you at Powerteam. I'm head of global training for a reason. Well, sitting in my backyard's wonderful, and look at that tree just glowing. Is that amazing? But working with you and taking your business to the next level is what we're here. That's Bill and I. There's nothing else we want to do but take you on that stage if you want, to make you the best speaker, speak to sell, to learn how to do TEDx's, to learn how to facilitate masterminds, to be part of the Success Club, whatever that is for you, whatever your business needs. This is your time. Text SBA to 26786. It's simple, it's easy. And what that will do is it will put you right onto my calendar. And I will call you and we will have a conversation. I've got spots tomorrow. I've got spots all week next week. So, and you'll get a text right from me immediately. There's been people who've been doing that already. Thank you. Somebody, they're coming through. But I'll text you back immediately from a 425 number. You know right away to go ahead and schedule an appointment. Make sure you lock into my schedule, and I will spend the time with you. We will go over your business, your funnel, the mastermind, what you need, how it works, how your business can move to the next level, and how you work with us and how we work with you. And that's what we're here for. It's been a great day. We've had great speakers all day. We learned masterminding. We learned how to take your finance to the next level. We learned how to put systems in place, how to work with a virtual assistant. We learned branding. We learned how to create a system with MindMe. That's just amazing what you can do now compared to what we had to go through and what we used to have to do, and create those systems for yourself. I want to thank everybody for being on today. We're going to let it go with a word for the day. I say the word today is whatever you type in. So type in a word and we'll let it go. I'm going to say 1, 2, 3. We're going to go together. But right now, start texting SBA to 26786, SBA to 26786. And I actually really look forward to all of you being part of the Success Club because we're going to really be there together. And that's the beauty of the power of the team together and what we can create, what we can do. So it's been a great day. If you want to just chat in the chat a word, or I'll just pick a word, I have no problem. I'm going to say 1, 2, 3. We're all going to say it at the same time. We're going to send it out to energy. I look forward to meeting all of you on the road. I look forward to meeting all of you on these virtuals. I'll see you next week. I'll also load you up into our virtual mastermind, and life is good. We're going to let it go with Powerteam. That was great. What a great suggestion. And I say we're going to let it go with Powerteam on 3. Everybody ready? Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Powerteam. Have a great morning, afternoon, or evening. I'll talk to you all soon. And just share this. Have a great day out there. Text SBA to 26786. Talk to y'all later. Goodbye, everyone.